And everything in it? A lot more change. Add frozen bank accounts. She'd already skimmed plenty there, but there was plenty more. Yeah, I cost her. And that burns her psycho ass. Psycho, he repeated, looking across to shops, eateries, some with apartments above them that he knew the owners rented out to summer workers. That's a big part of it. She always got her way before me. Her brother screwed things up, but he's her brother and blood's thicker, right? But before me, she hit all her targets. 100% success rate, and she was just getting started. Rolling it around in his head, he stopped walking. I didn't just knock down her batting average, right? I cost her a fricking fortune she, in her psycho brain, figured she'd earned. It's like I stole it from her. And I hurt her. I made her bleed. She's been breaking down since. That's what's happening. He thought back, the look on her face when he'd fired at her, the shock and fear. More, he thought, the sound of her voice as she'd screamed at him and ran. Insult and tears as much as fury and fear. I always knew she'd be pissed and want another try at me. But sending the card? She wants to make sure I don't forget her. She wants to make me feel what she felt, that shock, that fear. But that's a mistake. Once you make a mistake, it's easier to make the next. Barney whined, tugged on the leash. It's the grass or nothing. She mailed that before she left Florida. She mailed it fresh off a kill, feeling full of herself. She'll be heading north, that's how I see it. Maybe not all the way back, but coming this way. He looked down at the dog. We'll be ready for her. In answer, and looking apologetic, the dog squatted. Now that's how it's done. When he finished, Reed gave Barney a good rub. Looks like we both worked things out. That's a good boy. That's what I'm talking about. Too bad I can't teach you to clean up after yourself, but that's what partners are for. Back inside, bag or no bag, he scrubbed his hands, then went out to the bullpen. Donna, I need you to call Nick and Leon in. What for? Because I need to talk to everybody. He went into his office for the file he kept there just in case. He took out Patricia Hobart's photo. Cecil, I need you to make copies of this, the full-color ones. How many? Start with 50. 50? Cecil blinked. That'll take a while. Then you better get started. Donna, the feds are coming in. I know your stand on it, but I'd appreciate if you'd make a pot of fresh coffee when they do. I'll make an exception. Leon and Nick are on their way. Good. You take calls as they come in, but anything that isn't urgent waits for a response until after the briefing. He sat down across from Maddie. Give me your opinion on the summer deputies. On who can handle more trouble than fender benders and spilled paint. You've read their files. You've talked to some of them. I have and did, and I've got my opinion, now I want yours. She frowned, but she gave it. He nodded, then stood as Leon came in. We got a problem, boss? Not yet. Take a seat, Leon. He went to take one of the photos Cecil had run off, and as Nick came in, pinned it to the main board. Have a seat, Nick. Cecil, that's enough for now. Finish it after the briefing. I want everybody to take a good look at this picture. You'll all have copies, and we're going to distribute some around the village to the rental agencies, to the ferry personnel. This is Patricia Hobart, age 28. So far she's killed 10 people that we know of. Add an attempted on me. Though he figured they knew the history, at least most of the particulars, he ran through it anyway. He wanted it fresh, and he wanted them to hear it from him. She sent me this today. Out of his file, he took an evidence bag containing the card, the envelope, the lock of hair. I'll be turning this over to the FBI when they get here. Bullshit on that, Maddie grumbled. They've been after her for damn near a year, and they've got nothing. We don't know what they have or how close they've come because they're not telling. That's how it works. He set the file aside, opened another. This is my file, our file, with a copy of the card, the envelope, and a couple strands of the hair I'm going to have run. I've got contacts. We're going to cooperate fully with the FBI, but that doesn't mean we sit on our hands. She'll come here sooner or later, he continued. Simone Knox was in that mall, too. She's another target, and as the first 911 caller, I believe a prime one. As of today, we're going to start regular patrols by Cece's house. We're going to sit on the dock, watch who gets off the ferry. I'm going to bring 2 of the summer deputies on now to help with that."
"She uses disguises," Maddie said.
"She does, and she's good at it. So get that photo of her in your head. Don't let yourself be thrown off by hair color, hairstyle, eye color, glasses, or subtle changes to facial structure, body type. She'll be alone. She'll need to rent a place, take some time to study the routines. She'll be armed, and she's damn sure dangerous. I need islanders warned, and for you to make it absolutely clear they are not to approach, not to confront. If she goes into the market for supplies, they ring her up, wish her a good day, then they contact us. She isn't looking to hurt anyone but me and Simone, but that won't stop her if she's cornered." "It's an island," he added. "When she comes, she's boxed in. It's our island. We know it better than she does. She's patient. She may come next week, or she may wait another 2 years."
But he didn't think she'd wait long. He didn't think she could.
"None of us can get complacent, because she will come."
He stopped as the door opened, and Xavier walked in, with a female colleague.
"Donna, I'd sure appreciate that coffee."
"Sure thing, Chief." She gave Xavier the evil eye as she went to the break room.
"Agents?"
Reed gestured to his office. The female agent wore a black suit, white shirt, practical shoes. Reed judged her as an athletic early 40s with dark brown hair cut short, practical like the shoes, and minimal makeup on an attractive face with serious brown eyes. Reed figured she probably ranked as much of an asshole as Xavier, until she smiled at the dog. "Isn't he sweet?"
"He's shy around people," Reed explained, as Barney burrowed under his desk. "Somebody dumped him on the island after abusing him."
"I'm sorry to hear that. My sister rescued a mixed breed under similar circumstances. She's the best dog in the world now. We're not here to exchange dog stories." The woman sent Xavier a short stare, then held out her hand to Reed. "Special Agent Tanya Jacoby, Chief."
"Thanks for coming."
Since he liked her a great deal better than Xavier already, he offered her the evidence bag.
"It came in this morning's mail."
Jacoby snapped on gloves, unsealed the bag. "Your photos came through clear," she began.
"And this contact, the threat therein, makes it only more imperative that you back off."
Reed barely flicked a glance at Xavier.
"Since that's not going to happen and there's no point in going over the same ground as yesterday, let's try this. I've briefed my deputies. The last thing we need is a bunch of armed yahoos shooting at shadows."
Reed got slowly to his feet. Jacoby started to speak, but he beat her to it.
"You want to take pot shots at me, you go ahead. But you watch what you say about my officers. You've been invited here today. You can be uninvited just as easy. This is an FBI investigation."
"Special Agent Xavier, why don't you take a walk?" Jacoby's stare turned longer, harder. "Take a walk." He strode out, and once again slammed the station door behind him.
"Are you in charge now?"
Reed asked her. "As a matter of fact. I was brought in on this investigation just last week. He's not happy about that, which may account for his behavior yesterday. I caught the drift of it from his report. I'll apologize."
"No need."
Donna came in with coffee, a pot, mugs, the fixings on a tray. He didn't know they had a tray.
"Thanks, Donna."
"Yes, thanks." Jacoby added a dollop of milk to her coffee, sat. "Let's talk." He spent 30 minutes with her and, when they shook hands again, felt better about things. After she left, he finished the briefing with his team, took questions, answered.
"Special Agent Jacoby, now the sack on the Hobart investigation."
"Did they can that dick?"
Leon asked. "He's still on the investigation, but no longer the special agent in charge."
"At least somebody in the FBI's not a total idiot," Maddie decided.
"Since Jacoby didn't strike me as any kind of idiot, I'm going to say there's more than one. She informed me they're following up a lead in Tennessee, Memphis. If that pans out, we may be able to put this to bed. But until we do, I want those patrols and an eye on the ferry. My partner and I will be in rotation.
Partner? Maddie asked. Reed patted the dog's head.
Deputy Barney. He's one of us now.
In the cabin, with her laptop streaming Fox News in case anything broke she needed to know, Patricia redid Selena's makeup. "You take care of your skin," she said as she applied foundation. "Me too. My mother let herself go. I mean, hag time, especially after they killed JJ. But even before, she didn't fix herself up. I wouldn't have blamed the old man for screwing around on her or giving her a smack now and then, but he was such an asshole. I'm going to use a neutral palette on your eyes. Classy, professional. Close them."
Engage, Selena ordered herself.
Connect. Did he hit you too? Barely noticed me, so he couldn't be bothered. I got fat. That's her fault too. Always bribing me with candy and cookies and letting me eat bags of chips. He called me Tubbalard. Tubbo for short.
That's cruel.
Didn't I say he was an asshole? I got bullied in school, did you know that? She had to draw back before she messed up her work. Selena's eyes popped open. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Close your eyes. Keep them closed until I tell you otherwise. She closed her eyes, kept them closed, listened. She heard the crazy. Oh, God, she heard it. And the bitterness, and worse. God, worse, the cold dispassion when she talked about doing her mother a favor by killing her. The police classified that as an accident. Because I'm just that good, girl. Loopy, whiny old bitch made it easy, but you have to be good. Open your eyes. Selena opened them, tried to mask the fear. Oh yeah, I'm good. Close again. You know, I learned all about makeup and hair, skincare, all of it on the internet. YouTube, because my mother taught me nothing about nothing. I've got an IQ of 164, and I sure didn't get it from her or dear old Dad. Open, she said, beginning to brush and blend liner on the bottom of Selena's eyes. You're used to having your makeup done.
Yes.
I do my own. I do everything myself because I'm smart. JJ wasn't stupid, but he wasn't very smart either. I used to do some of his homework and assignments for him, even after those asshole parents of ours tore us apart. They shouldn't have done that. No, they shouldn't have. That was cruel too and selfish. You're damn right. JJ's the one who taught me how to shoot because the old man couldn't be bothered with me. Look down while I do your lashes. Not that much. Sorry. He was good with guns, but I was better there, too. He didn't mind. JJ was proud of me. He loved me. He was the only one who did. And they killed him.
You must miss him.
He's dead. What's the point? He knew I was smart, but he didn't listen to me. Went off half-cocked. Get it? Guns. Half-cocked. Trying to read the eyes boring into hers, Selena let her lips curve just a little. That's a good one. I can be funny when I want to be. I don't get to talk to people much, and never as myself. I have to talk to fuckheads when I'm stalking a target, but that's not me. I'm on the inside then and only show the outside they expect. You're lucky, because you get to see inside. It's been hard for you to keep yourself inside. I had to do it for years, goddamn years, in that mausoleum with those dried-up, whiny grandparents. Oh, I'll do that, Gram. Don't worry about that, Grandpa. I'll clean it up. They just wouldn't die and leave me alone. Nobody would have put up with their shit as long as I did. The eyes look good. She studied her kit, chose a blush, a brush. They said terrible things about JJ, especially after he was dead. Terrible things. And I had to hold myself back from just slicing their throats. Maybe he wasn't very smart. Maybe he didn't listen to me, but they shouldn't have said those terrible things about him. Their own flesh and blood, Selena said. They said he was sick, defective, even evil. Well, they paid for it, didn't they? Not enough, but they paid. He just didn't listen to me, that's what happened.
You tried to stop him.
Patricia eased back, studied the blush, approved. We'll polish that off, she said, and reached for translucent loose powder. I would have stopped him if I'd known he'd upped the timeline. I still had some details to work out. And what does he do? He hits in July, when too many people are on vacation or whatever. It was supposed to be December. Holiday crush. He'd have taken out twice as many. More. And I'd have worked out the escape route by then.
You would have?
Patricia tipped her head from side to side, lifted Selina's with fingertips under the chin. You look good. Classy professional, as promised. Want a cold drink?
Yes, please. Thank you.
She rose, walked over to the kitchen. I've got Diet Coke, water, V8 Splash.
The Diet Coke would be great, thanks. A little caffeine boost before we start recording.
Good idea.
She uncapped the bottle, poured some over ice in plastic cups.
Now, what were we talking about?
She came back, handed Selina the cup.
Right. JJ. Haven't I been telling you he wasn't really that smart? You don't think he and those two idiot friends of his came up with all that? Down East was my idea, my plan, and it would have worked if they'd waited for me to tweak the details.
You planned the attack?
Thought it up, planned it out, stole Grandpa Shit-for-Brains' credit card long enough to order the vests, the helmets.
She tapped a finger to her temple.
I let them give JJ credit as the mastermind up till now. We're going to change that, you and I. Anyway.
She lifted her own cup, sipped.
You're set, except for lips. I'll do them right before we start. I'm going to do my makeup now and change into my on-camera wardrobe. It'll take a little while. I want to look good. And then we'll get this party started. You think of some good questions, Selina. I'm counting on you.
Chapter 24. Selina sat for 4 hours under the lights, her chair angled to Patricia's, the camera recording. After hour 2, Patricia let her use the toilet again and changed batteries in the camera. She allowed Selina to drink water through a straw as she touched up her own makeup, then Selina's. But then it was right back to it. As the time passed, as Selina fell into the rhythm of interviewing, as the subject drew her in, her fear dimmed under her ambition. She had the biggest story of her life unfolding right in front of her. Being drugged, abducted, faded off as her own ego spiked. She'd copped a face-to-face exclusive interview with the mastermind of Down East, a female serial killer. And due to her interviewing skills, Selina's ambition and ego told her, Patricia had given her chapter and verse on all of it. On every kill, every detail, the stalking, documenting, choosing the time and the method. When the restraints on her ankles, her left hand, Patricia left the right free so Selina could take notes, bit into her skin, she assured herself, and believed herself, Patricia kept them on as visual evidence to protect Selina from any charges of aiding or abetting, of obstruction. They were in this together, just as Patricia claimed. The excitement of what she had right there, of what she'd produce once she got the video in, fear couldn't hold a candle to that fire. Caught up, she began to imagine the benefits. She knew how to play an interviewee, how to stroke, add understanding, empathy. This woman, this monster, poured out her sickness, her rage, her cold and calculating belief in her right to kill because Selina skillfully led her down that path. One day they'd study this video in journalism courses, and she'd make a mint on speaking fees. For Patricia, she concluded, the 3 boys had been her weapons, ones that had misfired on her. Her feelings for her brother came across as a strange mixture of love and disdain. And still she justified her killing, as far as she felt the need to justify it, as payback for his death at 17. By Jesus, it fascinated. And if it fascinated her, just think, a viewer reaction.
You're the best interview I've ever had, Patricia. I'm struggling to keep up with you. Could we take another break? I'm not done. No, just taking 10. Selina flashed a smile. She had a powder keg on her hands and didn't want to light a match. Flattery, she reminded herself. Just pour it on. I need to get some thoughts organized. I want to set this up for you in segments. Some of that we'll do in editing, but I'd like to organize my next questions. I could really use something to eat, another drink to keep the energy up. Plus, she said quickly, I'd like you to take a breath too, recharge for a few minutes. We want you to be fresh in each segment. Fine. Patricia shoved to her feet. It's so powerful, Patricia. I need a little time to absorb. Fine, Patricia said, mollified. I've got some whole wheat crackers and hummus. That would be great. Give us a little pickup for the next segment. And do you think I could stretch my legs a little? You're a runner, she said. I'm active too. If I could just walk around the cabin a little. She flashed a smile again. I've got to tell you, my ass is numb. Think about your fingers, Selina. Selina laughed that off because she no longer believed it. I'm in the middle of the mother of all exclusives. We're talking Pulitzer, Emmys. You can believe I'm not going to do anything to mess it up. You'll be a real big fucking deal after this. Patricia cut the restraints. We both will. Everyone's going to know your story. And mine, Selina thought, as she walked the aches and tingles out of her legs. Just wait. Just wait until she did a special report on her experience. Kidnapped. Held by Patricia Hobart. And the intrepid reporter conducts a brilliant, hard-hitting, on-camera interview, drawing all the details out. Motives, victims, method, movements, all of it. Pulitzer. Emmys, Patricia repeated. The sky won't be the limit for you. She opened the box of crackers. You got a big boost by being in the mall that night, recording what you did. That put you on the map. I kept my head, Selina agreed. That's what you have to do to get ahead, especially when you're a woman. A smart woman, a tough woman. They say you're pushy, bitchy, arrogant, when what you are is strong, ambitious. You do a program about Down East every year in July because that's your main claim to fame. Up until now. Oh, that's better. I can almost feel my ass again. She rubbed her butt with both hands as she walked back and forth. This interview? That's serious fame and fortune for you. You wrote that book about Down East, but others did too. And you're not that good a writer. I'm not bad, but you're right. Book form isn't my strength. I'll hire a ghost this time. The ratings for this, Pat? We're going to have enough for a 5-part series, and the ratings are just going to build and build. Fuck the Super Bowl. We're going to blow it and everything else out of the water. Because millions of people will watch. They will. They will. They'll be glued to their screens and devices. The 15-year-old girl planning a massacre because she hated her life, her parents, and could manipulate her brother. How she handled it when he pushed her aside to do it on his own. The years of holding her true nature inside, hiding it. Selina shook her head, let out a breath. It's so powerful, so compelling. Your first kill? God, you were so young. Then your own mother? The calculation that went into you eroding her will, the years of gaslighting her, up to luring her into being complicit in her own murder, it's brilliant. Just brilliant. Sit down. Have some food. Thanks, I'm starving. She took the paper plate, scooped up hummus with crackers. The irony, Pat, do you see it? Of just missing with the cop, the one who saved the kid in the mall? Just missing that kill, getting shot yourself, but getting away? Holding on to get back to your grandparents? God, that's a segment on its own. Has to be. You think the cop deserves a segment, Patricia said slowly. Absolutely. That moment when you realized you hadn't finished him and that he'd shot you? I want to talk about that a bit more. And about what you thought, felt, while rushing back to get money, weapons, IDs, and still taking the opportunity to kill your grandparents before you ran. I didn't run. I regrouped. She scooped up more hummus.
We'll touch on your time in Canada, but that's not a highlight. It's more of a bridge, so regrouping's a good term. But the turning point came when you realized you'd failed to kill Quartermain and that he managed to wound you, and then you have the serendipity of the cop who killed your brother helping to save the man you tried to kill.
Serendipity.
It's great TV, just great TV. I want to focus more on that turning point next. How the mistake with Quartermain changed your direction, forced you to regroup. Thanks, she added when Patricia handed her another cup of Diet Coke.
You see that as a mistake? With that fucking cop?
Seriously hungry and far too caught up, Selena forgot a good interviewer let the subject do the talking. A good interviewer observed changes in tone and body language. A miscalculation, anyway. And again, a turning point we want to punch. Up to that point, you weren't even on the radar, right? She drank some diet soda, went back to the crackers. It's just what you said before. You let JJ take the blame.
Credit.
Credit. You were the sister of a teenage killer, the devoted granddaughter living a quiet life. And the next minute, you're a fugitive who tried to kill a cop in cold blood because he'd survived the Down East. Who did kill her elderly grandparents in cold blood before she ran to hide and regroup in Canada. You'd killed before, Pat, but that near miss with Quartermain changed everything.
He got lucky.
Selena nodded. He did. He got really lucky. Recognizing you just an instant before it would have been too late, then wounding you? Not to mention the irony of having his police partner already heading to that house, the same woman cop who was, ironically again, just outside the theater. She killed JJ, helped save Quartermain. Great TV.
You think so?
Believe me, I know so. Okay, I've got the next segment organized.
Your segments. Your ratings. Your claim to fucking fame.
Sorry, what?
It's my story. Mine.
And it's going to blow the roof off. I think we should freshen up the makeup a little before we roll again. She shook out her shoulders, then crossed her legs.
You don't need it,
Patricia said.
Because that's a fucking wrap.
Selena glanced over, managed one choked sound before Patricia shot her, and shot her, and shot her again. Ironically, in Patricia's mind, with Selena's own pink Glock. She expelled air and anger. Felt better.
And don't call me Pat.
She made herself a plate of crackers and hummus, ate while Selena's body bled out on the cabin floor. She'd take the camera, she decided, leave the tripod and the lights. Too much to take back on her flight south. Since she'd already stopped to change the plates and she'd taken some time to beat some dings into it, she considered Selena's car a safe ride for the distance she had to drive. Time to grab some cash and another couple IDs out of the bank in New Hampshire, she calculated. Then she'd leave the car at the airport, catch a flight. She'd pick up a rental in Louisville. They'd find the body in a few days, she imagined. She'd booked the cabin for a week and had 4 days left. By then, she'd be somewhere else. She laughed a little as she washed down crackers with Diet Coke and smiled over at Selena's body.
Now who made the mistake?
After shift, Reed walked home with the dog. He picked up some supplies and drove his personal car to Cece's. He'd have to tell them, Simone and Cece, about the card, the threat, and lay out precautions he needed them to take. When he arrived, he considered the house. All that glass. All that damn glass. So beautiful and so vulnerable. Still, breaking in doors and windows wasn't Hobart's usual style. She liked subterfuge. Breaking windows, that just wasn't elegant. He heard music. Some of the windows were open to the spring air, recognized the steady, sexy beat of After Midnight. He walked the dog inside and saw Cece, tight-cropped jeans, black t-shirt, long, wild hair flowing while she danced. She had some moves, he thought, as she shoulder-swayed and hip-bumped her way around the room to Clapton's genius guitar and seductive voice. He didn't notice Barney plopping down to watch beside him
and thumping his tail. Cece made a pivot, spotted him. Still moving, and now with a slow smile, she crooked a finger at Reed. "Let's dance, delicious." He stepped to her, put an arm around her waist, and swept her into an impressive dip.
"Look at you. Guys who dance get more girls," he told her,
sweeping her back up and into a slow spin.
"You've been holding out. You never asked me to dance before."
Simone came down the stairs to see her grandmother and the police chief dancing smoothly, while the dog sat watching them with apparent fascination. They ended the dance with his arms around Cece's waist and hers linked around his neck, and grinning at each other.
"So that's how it is. Simone, you are my greatest treasure."
With a happy sigh, Cece rested her head on Reed's shoulder a moment.
"But now that I know this man can move sexy to Clapton, I may have to steal him from you." "I'm yours," Reed told her,
and kissed the top of her head. He caught the scent of her shampoo, a whiff of turpentine, and a faint, fading drift of weed. It all said Cece. She gave him a squeeze, then turned to study the dog.
"And here's the four-legged cutie. You're right, Simone, he has a sweet face and eyes full of heart."
She didn't crouch, just held out a hand.
"Come on and say hello, little darling." "It takes him a while to—"
Reed trailed off as Barney stood and walked straight to Cece. He couldn't say Barney had gotten used to people by spending the day around them. Though he'd warmed up to Cecil, he'd cringed away from every human being they'd come to on the walk home. And here, with only a hand held out, he'd gone to Cece, wagging his tail as she bent down to pet him.
"Maybe you are a witch." "Of course I am, and I have an innate affinity for animals, especially canines, as I was a she-wolf in an earlier life. Plus, this sweetie and I recognize each other, don't we, my handsome boy? We've danced, too, in yet another life."
It wouldn't have surprised Reed a bit.
"He's Barney."
"Acceptable," Simone decreed, then picked up the remote to turn the music down a few notches. "Since we've all finished work for the day, I'm ready for some wine. Any takers?"
"Twist my arm,"
said Cece.
"Maybe we could sit outside with that. It's warm enough. I've got some things to talk over with both of you."
"Sounds serious."
"It is." "You get the wine, Simone," Cece told her. "Let's see how Barney likes the view from the patio."
Deliberately, she led Reed and the dog out.
"This is about Patricia Hobart." "Is that grapevine or psychic?" "I'm going to say I felt a disturbance this morning." "In the force?" "I know what I know when I know it." She tapped a finger to his chest. "Then Hildy called me this afternoon after you met with her. Hildy's no blabbermouth, but we go back. She wanted to talk this through with me. I haven't said anything to Simone. She's been working and I didn't want to distract her. And I thought you'd want to tell her yourself. I can take Barney for a walk on the beach if you want privacy." "No, but thanks. I'd like to talk to both of you." "I believe strongly in the threefold rule. What you send out into the universe, good or bad, comes back at you threefold. But I'd risk whatever came at me to send out something that would drop that bitch like a stone down a bottomless well for trying to hurt you or my baby. I won't let her hurt Simone or you."
Cece framed his face with her hands.
"Add yourself to that. I've danced with her before. I know her moves."
"And they're at it again." With an exaggerated eye roll, Simone brought out a bottle of wine and 3 glasses. After setting the wine and glasses on the table, she pulled a long, fat chew stick out of her back pocket. "Now everyone has a treat." She poured the wine as Barney settled down with his treat. "God, I had a really good day. And now it's a gorgeous evening."
"I'm sorry to have to put a hitch in that."
Simone glanced at Reed. Seriously serious, then.
"Let's sit down."
He'd tried out several approaches in his head, hadn't settled on any, so in the end he went with straight ahead.
I got a card in the morning mail. From Patricia Hobart.
As she sat beside Cece, Simone reached for her grandmother's hand. What kind of card?
The kind that cost her $3.99 plus applicable tax and postage.
He described the card, then relayed the message. She's threatening you. Has she ever done that sort of thing before?
No, not to me. And I confirmed with the FBI today there's no evidence she contacted or threatened anyone else. She's pissed off she missed with me, and I shot her. I cost her the big house and a lot of money. Being pissed, she had to take another shot, metaphorically. And that break in pattern tells me she's going to make more mistakes. That's the good part.
There's a good part to getting a death threat? Simone demanded.
More than one. It tells me I shook her enough to get inside that twisted brain of hers. It tells me that fresh off killing Emily Devlin, she thought of me, sent the card. It had a lock of hair inside it. It's going to be Emily Devlin's hair.
Jesus, she's a horrible, sick, vicious creature, Cece said. Karma will make her its bitch, but until then,
the justice system will make her its bitch first,
Reed told her.
She mailed the card from Florida, and the FBI will track exactly where.
But she won't be there, Simone pointed out.
No, but it tells us where she was. It tells us when she was there. Where is that in relation to the Devlins? They work on triangulating that, and they'll find where she lived while she stalked Emily. They'll talk to people who talked to her, who saw her. Every piece of information counts. On top of it, she warned me. She did it to scare me, but she missed again. Warned, I take steps.
What steps?
I bring in the FBI for one of those steps.
The dickhead? Simone reminded him.
He's no longer SAC, Special Agent in Charge. The new SAC is Special Agent Tanya Jacoby. A woman.
Cece gave a satisfied nod.
Now we're getting somewhere. After meeting her today, I can agree. She's also not a dickhead. At this point, and very likely due to Hobart's misstep, we'll be sharing information. I'll know more, and they'll, including Xavier, who takes orders from her, listen more.
It takes a woman. Cece raised her glass.
A lot of times it does. I've briefed my deputies and Donna. We've got Hobart's photo front and center on the bullpen board. And we're going to distribute her photo. I talked to the mayor about that, and about bringing on a couple of the summer deputies early. She's good with it.
We're an island, Simone said. She needs the ferry, a charter, or a private boat to get on or off. It's harder to run.
You're exactly right.
She could wait until you're in Portland for something.
How would she know? He countered, as much in truth as to soothe Simone. I don't do the social media thing, and that's her main source. It'll be here, and that's an advantage for us.
You're right. Nodding, Simone sipped her wine. You're exactly right, too, but...
There are a lot of buts, and we'll get to them. Another advantage for us is she's trying to take on a cop again, and a forewarned police force. I've studied her, and I'm going to bet I've studied her closer and longer than she's studied me. Or you, Simone.
Now Cece reached for Simone's hand. We have to face that, don't we? The fact that by coming here, she could try a 2-for-1.
She has to get here first, and stay here long enough to observe routines and make a plan. That's to our advantage, too. Even in the summer, which is when she'll come. Summer's smarter. We're crowded, lots of people, a lot going on, busy shops and restaurants. We'll start watching for her now, but she'll wait for summer. This year, maybe next. Now to the buts.
He leaned forward.
She's smart, and she's cagey, and she's patient. Though I think the patience is ripping under the anger and the crazy. She knows how to look like someone she's not, and to act like someone she's not. She knows how to go unnoticed, how to blend, and how to bullshit. On the other side of that, the two of you know faces. You're going to study hers until you know every inch of it. I believe you'll recognize her if you see her, no matter how she looks. You'll know.
She won't get by us. Cece gave Simone's hand a squeeze.
Will she, baby?
No.
Here's a list of rules, Reed began.
I hate rules. Too many stem from the patriarchal system designed to oppress the female. Reed aimed a long look at Cece.
I'd like to see the patriarch or system that could oppress either one of you.
Cece smiled into her wine. Many have tried and had their balls bruised in the attempt.
At the risk of my balls, these aren't suggestions or guidelines. These are rules, like them or not. If you see her, you don't approach or confront. You contact me or the nearest officer. If you see a strange car, bike, hiker going by the house more than once, you contact me. If you start getting hang-ups or wrong numbers, you contact me. We're going to do regular patrols.
What about your place? Simone asked him.
I'm a cop. It's already patrolled. But if you're there and I'm not, you lock up and you don't answer the door. Someone comes around, you contact me. If you're driving into the village or anywhere and you see somebody broken down on the side of the road, you keep going.
And contact you,
Cece figured. You get the idea. You take no chances. Those are simple precautions. I need you to vary your routines, not that you have hard and fast ones anyway. But don't shop on the same day of the week or the same time of day. Don't take walks the same time and day. Whether or not you expect a delivery, if a truck pulls up, they leave the delivery outside. You don't open the door, you don't go out. Anyone gives you an off feeling, you contact me. And no social media about plans.
He sat back again.
You could put in an alarm system.
That, Cece said decisively, isn't going to happen.
I figured that, but you need to lock up, whether you're here or out. Do that for me, okay?
I can do that. I don't like it, but I can do it.
Good. I'm not going to insinuate the two of you can't take care of yourselves, especially since I don't want my balls bruised, and I'm hoping for dinner. But I'm going to say I love both of you, and I'm going to look out for you. That's it.
Don't think we're not going to look after you for the same reason. Cece rose, topped off her wine. I'm going to start doing that now by making you a hot meal.
Don't cook, he said quickly. I'll go get takeout.
Cooking's going to rebalance my chi. She leaned over, kissed Reed. You're a lot smarter than she is, and so's my girl. I'm damn well a lot cagier. Simone waited until Cece went inside. I didn't bring it up. All this is enough. But if Hobart comes here, she'll go back to Portland. My sister. My mother.
I've talked to Essie and I talked to Jacoby. They'll have eyes on your family.
She got up, wandered over to look out at the water. The dog, finished with the treat, now lay stretched over Reed's feet. I should have known you'd think of them.
I talked to Boston PD, so they're on alert. You'll want to talk to me about it. I also talked to a friend of mine who I think she has on her list. He's in New York now. I'm sorry to bring all this here.
You didn't. She did. She started it all. It was her plan, and as horrible as it was, it didn't work out the way she wanted. Neither will this. It's funny. I love the island. Always have. But I didn't realize how much I do, how much it's mine, until I realized she might come here and try to hurt someone who matters so much to me. Hurt someone else who matters so much. Who could try to stain this place the way she did the mall and Portland? I never felt completely safe in Portland after that night. She turned back. I went to New York as soon as I could. I went to Italy. I went wherever I could that wasn't there. Most of the time, though, I came here. I sheltered in place, but I kept looking for somewhere or something else. I'm not sure I knew, until you, that it was more than that for me. More than sheltering in place. It was my place. My home. Nothing she can do will change that. She came back, slid over the arm of the chair into his lap. There's more than one kind of shelter. You're another for me. I'm going to be the same for you.
I looked a long time for my place, and for you. It's damn good luck I found them both.
You know what I thought when I came down the stairs earlier?
How easily you could be replaced?
Laughing, she nuzzled in. Besides that, I thought, I want to sculpt them. Reed and Cece, just like that. Holding each other in a dance and smiling.
Naked? Listen.
There's art, Chief, and there's weird and inappropriate. No, not naked.
Okay, then. You looked happy when you came down.
I'd had an excellent day working on a fascinating new project. He nuzzled back.
You're not going to let me have a look at it?
When it's done. Stay tonight. Stay with me.
I was hoping you'd asked. I've got our gear, mine and my new deputy's, out in the car.
In the kitchen, Cece watched them out the window. This, she thought. Just this. The blush in the sky as the day wore down. The strong, good man, even the sweet-faced dog, filled all her hope pockets for her girl. No bitch from hell would rip holes in those pockets. 2 days later, Reed got a call from Essie. We've got a missing persons out on Selena McMullen.
How long has she been missing?
Over 48 hours now. Her assistant got a text that she was going to be out of town on a hot tip, but she's missed appointments and doesn't answer her cell.
She fits the profile, Essie, but this would be the first abduction. Even killing her and dumping the body doesn't fit Hobart's M.O.
There's no sign of a break-in or a struggle at McMullen's house or office. She got a call on her landline just before midnight on the day she went missing. Untraceable. A burner.
Lured her somewhere.
Reed frowned.
That's not Hobart's usual method either.
But the fact is, Hobart might not be the only one who'd want to cause her harm. She's got an ex who isn't fond of her, and plenty of people she's burned along her way. But I'm having officers check for McMullen's car at the airport. That is Hobart's M.O. Right now, with no direct link to Hobart, it's with major crimes, because I snagged it. If we find that link, it goes to the feds.
Jacoby's all right.
I agree. But Reed, if we find that link, it means she's back in the area. Watch yourself, partner.
I will. You too.
He hung up, thought it over. McMullen. Yeah, that could fit. But coming after Essie now, way far up from the opportunistic blogger, didn't fit. And coming after him right after sending the card? No, that didn't fit either. She had more to say first. So if Hobart grabbed or killed McMullen, came back to Portland for that? Why? He had to think about it. 2 days later, the turnover crew for the cabin found McMullen's body. Essie sent him a report on the rest. A camera tripod, 2 theatrical lights on stands, food and drink enough for several days, traces of makeup on the floor, on 2 chairs, a number of cut zip ties, and Hobart's prints all over the cabin. Why did someone kidnap a reporter-blogger with her own local show and hardcore internet following? It seemed to Reed that somebody had a story to tell. Between the kidnapping, murder, and the card, he decided Patricia Hobart wanted some attention. He'd be happy to give it to her. With Jacoby and Essie coordinating on the McMullen case, Reed concentrated on his own. He found a deputy badge charm on the internet and, amused, ordered 2. One for Barney, one for Puck when Essie and the gang came out. He bought the dog a bed and had to start out with it right next to his own or Barney ignored it and slept on the floor. Strategizing, Reed moved it away an inch or so every morning. When he tried throwing the red ball he'd picked up, Barney looked at him without a clue. They'd work on it. April edged toward May, and flowers began to bloom. In a peace offering, he bought a pot of daffodils and took it and Barney to Ida Booker. She came out, kept the cat inside.
He'd like to apologize for the trouble he caused you.
Ida folded her arms.
That dog's a menace.
He's being rehabilitated. Ms. Booker, when I took him to doc, he had infections and all kinds of physical issues. He's scarred from where somebody choked him with one of those chain collars.
Her fierce frown deepened.
Somebody choked that dog?
Yes, ma'am. Doc and Susanna said that's what happened. He was so scared of people because somebody'd caged him up and hurt him. Doc said he maybe chased your cat because he wanted to play. Now, I can't promise that, and I won't bring him around your cat or your gardens off the leash. He was half-starved, Ms. Booker.
He looks better now,
she cursed under her breath.
I'm not much on dogs, but anybody who'd treat an animal that way isn't worth spit on a skillet. I heard you were keeping him.
He's Barney now, and he's coming along. We've just come from Doc's, and he's on his way to a clean bill of health. He's put on a few pounds, too. There's not a mean bone in him, but he could be a habitual cat chaser. He runs at birds on the beach, too.
I guess that's just the nature of things. I appreciate the flowers.
She huffed out a breath, took the pot.
I was on the side of those who thought it was a mistake to bring in someone from off-island to be chief. I may have been wrong about that. Time will tell.
Reed drove back to the village, stopped off to watch the ferry come in. He had the 2 part-timers on that duty, but a look for himself didn't hurt a thing. Some families with kids young enough not to be in school, a couple of islanders coming back, delivery trucks, a couple of hikers who walked off. Satisfied, he drove back to the station.
What did Doc say?
Donna demanded.
Barney's back in tune. He's cleared for active duty.
She snorted.
You keep him from nosing in the trash, or I'll give him some active duty.
He was just looking for clues.
His desk phone rang, so he went back with Barney at his heel.
Chief Quartermain.
Special Agent Jacoby. I'm in Louisville, Kentucky, following up a lead. We've got a witness, former cop, who's followed the case. He swears he spotted her.
Kentucky? She backtracked? How reliable's the witness?
I'm buying what he's selling.
Okay, where did he spot her?
In a mall here. He says he got a good look at her and when the face clicked, tried to follow her out of the mall. He lost her. The place was crowded. A popular shopping center anyway, and on top of it, Derby's coming up. But he got lucky again when he spotted her driving out of the parking lot. I've got the make and model, the color, the plate. You ready for it?
Yeah, I am.
He noted everything down. She bought a pair of sunglasses, a couple of shirts, jeans. She's a size 6, some workout clothes. We're checking store by store, but our wit made a couple of the bags she had before he lost her. She charged everything to a Visa in the name of Marcia Crowder, bogus San Diego address. She had her hair in a tail, medium brown. We've got an all points on the car and the plates. No luck yet.
This is good news. I don't have Louisville or Kentucky on my list. No targets there I know of.
The Memphis lead turned shaky, but with those plates, it may have been more solid than we thought. She's likely headed north. You watch for that car, those plates, Chief.
Believe it.
We're on her. I've got to move on this.
Thanks for the heads up. Good hunting. Donna?
He shouted it the minute he disconnected.
You want me,
she said, eyes firing up as she walked up.
You come out.
Get this information to the deputies on and off duty. A white Toyota Sienna, maybe a 2016, Tennessee plates, 683, Charlie, Kilo, Oscar. Hobart was spotted driving that car in Louisville.
I've got it.
Reed opened the file, never far from hand, studied Hobart's face.
Maybe we've got you.
She switched the plates in a Walmart parking lot off I-64. She had an itchy feeling. She was damn dead sure some old guy had trailed her for a while back in Louisville. Better safe than screwed, she decided, and destroyed her current ID and cards. Ditched them. She went in the Walmart to the hair products section. She bought auburn hair dye, paid cash. She took the back roads, winding around until she spotted a junker outside a double-wide with a for sale sign on the windshield. She bargained with the yahoo and told him she'd be back with the cash. Plenty of woods around to ditch the car. She walked back, bought the junker, drove it rattling back to the Toyota. Once she transferred her luggage, she beat the crap out of the Toyota, released some tension. She expected some other yahoo, or maybe the same one, would stumble on it eventually and pick it clean for parts. In the junker, she drove to a cheap motel, paid cash. She dyed her hair, trimmed it, put in green contacts, and switched her ID before walking out. Though the junker coughed and shimmied, she managed to get to a decent-sized town 50 miles away. She parked the junker, walked the half a mile to the car dealership she'd spotted. She paid cash, did the paperwork, and got back on 64 inside an hour. With her things once again transferred, she drove off in a freshly washed second-hand Chevy Tahoe with 53,000 and change on the odometer. Carrie Lynn Greenspan, with auburn hair and green eyes, drove north. She had a stop to make in wild, wonderful West Virginia. Chapter 25. Essie brought her family to the island for a pre-Memorial Day cookout. The Memorial Day weekend didn't rate as the island's biggest day, but it started them off. Reed would have his full team on the entire weekend, including himself. He gave himself the weekend before to mark his second entertaining venture in his new home. His first, earlier in the month with his family, had gone just fine. His second looked to follow suit. After an intense, sniffing introduction, Barney fell in love with Puck. He romped with the other dog, romped with Dylan, and accepted the boy's hugs and squeezes with eyes filled with bliss. He accepted Essie. She probably carried sense of the kid and the dog, and maybe something of the baby inside her. With Hank, he trembled and cringed.
"I think it's the beard," Reed told him. "My brother's got one and Barney wouldn't come near him. I'd say whoever abused him has a beard." "Kids and dogs flock to me," Hank claimed. "I'm a kid and dog magnet. I'm going to win him over before we get back on that ferry." Hank walked to the rail of the back deck where Reed had the grill heating up, looked out into the woods. "This is a hell of a nice spot. A hell of a nice house, Reed. I like your lady, too. Or should I say your ladies? I plan to keep all of them. I'd love to see Cece Lennon's studio and more of Simone's work. You've got the weekend for it." Dylan, his deputy badge pinned to his t-shirt, raced over, leaped into Hank's arms. Barney stopped dead, bellied down. "Watch me win him." Hank sat down on the top step of the deck. He found his son's tickle spot, sent the boy into happy giggles. Puck trotted over, shoved his pug face under Hank's arm.
Daddy!
"That's my name."
Hank kissed and cuddled, boy and dog, listened with apparent fascination to Dylan's rapid-fire talk about dogs and fish and going to the beach. "Why don't you call Barney over?"
Hey, Barney! Hey, Barney!
The dog whined, bellied an inch back.
"Try this."
Reed pulled a biscuit out of his pocket, gave it to Dylan.
Cookie! Get the cookie, Barney!
Puck took that as an invitation, rushed right in for it.
"Try another."
Reed pulled out a second.
Your turn, Barney!
Obviously conflicted, Barney edged a little closer. He wanted the biscuit. He wanted the boy. He feared the beard.
It's a good cookie! Yum, yum, yum!
After feigning taking a bite, Dylan belly laughed at his own joke. The laugh did it. Barney ran forward, snatched the cookie, ran back. Eyed the man as he ate it.
Just the first step,
Hank claimed. He set Dylan down, watched him run off.
Are you thinking of having any of those? Kids? I've got to talk her into moving in with me. Just the first step.
Hank got up, retrieved the beer he'd set aside.
My money's on you.
Your boy's a charmer, Cece said as she walked with Essie into the kitchen. One of the nurses in the maternity wing swore he winked and smiled at her. It wouldn't surprise me. He told me I had pretty hair. He's going to have girls sighing over him. Have a seat while I shake up these vegetables. Are you hoping for a girl or a boy this time? Taking a seat at the counter, Essie lifted her eyebrows. How did you know? I'm not showing much. Aura, Cece said wisely, and shook the chunks of vegetables marinating in a sealed bag. Aura, Essie repeated. Since the cat's out, I'm hoping for healthy, and I'd be satisfied with half as happy as Dylan. He wakes up happy. Some of that's his nature, and some of it's a testament to you and your man. You've been a steady compass point for Reed. His parents raised him right. They're good, loving people. But you crossed paths with him at a defining moment, and you helped him look down the right turn. I think crossing paths helped both of us. You know, I would never have imagined him here. Chief of police, a house like this. But when he talked about it, I could. Because you know him and you love him. I do. And seeing him here, I see a really good fit. You must know he's completely in love with Simone. Oh, I know it. She's in love with him, but she'll hold that back for a while. My girl's strong and smart, but not as confident in some areas as our Reed is. They're just exactly what the other needs. A really good fit, Essie said with a smile. Yes, they are. I saw that before Reed and I had finished our first stack of cranberry pancakes. At home, Cece went to the refrigerator for a jug. She'd taught Reed the process and the value of sun tea and refilled Essie's glass with it. I'd say these vegetables are ready to grill. Reed grilling vegetables. Essie rose. Something else I never imagined. He's a good boy and ordered the grill basket I told him about. Now we'll see if he makes good use of it. He made good use of it and enjoyed seeing everyone dig into a meal he'd put together. With some help, sure, but he'd actually pulled off his second entertaining experience with adult food. You're officially a man, Hank told him.
I'm relieved to hear it. A man is not a man, my friend, until he can grill steaks and grill them right, Hank added.
I believe Shakespeare said, a man's worth is oft proved by the grilling, Cece countered. Hank laughed, toasted Cece.
The bard's never wrong. I wonder if I could see your studio while we're here. I've still got the poster of Guitar God I pinned to the wall in my college dorm.
It's now framed on the wall of his office at home, Essie added. Come by tomorrow.
Really? A thrill of a lifetime. I'm not exaggerating. Simone, any chance I could see your studio while I'm there?
Sure. Not you, she pointed at Reed. I'm working on a sculpture of Reed. He doesn't get to come into my studio until it's finished. Essie nearly choked on her tea. You got Reed to pose?
She vamped me.
What's a vamped? Dylan wanted to know.
It's like if Pink Power Ranger got mind control powers.
That'd be awesome! It really is, Simone agreed. The power of the mind's a strong weapon against evil, like the wicked Rita Repulsa. Reed sat back, stared.
You know Power Rangers?
Why wouldn't I? I was Pink Power Ranger for Halloween when I was 5 or 6. She vamped me into getting her the costume, Cece confirmed. I have pictures.
I've got to see. I absolutely have got to see.
I'm adorable. Simone stabbed the last grilled pepper on her plate.
I just bet.
can we go to the beach now?
Dylan tugged at his father's arm.
I finished all my vegetables.
Tubbles.
I finished my tubbles. Can we?
I vote for it.
Reed's phone rang in his pocket. He hitched up, took it out. After a glance at the display, Simone saw his gaze cut to Essie.
Sorry, I need to take this. Don't worry about the dishes. Take the kid to the beach. I'll catch up.
He started out of the room.
Chief Quartermain.
Simone put an easy smile on her face, rose. Go ahead and head to the beach. Cece can show you the best way. I'll wait for Reed.
Yay! The doggies, too. Let's go!
Essie gave Simone a subtle nod. Dylan's personal paradise. Dogs and the beach, she said. Yes, let's go. As they left, Dylan and the dogs in the lead, Simone carried dishes inside. She'd keep busy, she thought. Try not to think too much. Just clear the picnic table, load the dishwasher, and wait. Because what was coming wasn't good news. 5 minutes passed, then 10, then 15 before she heard him coming back. She got out a cold beer, offered it to him when he came in. I sent them on. Essie knows there's trouble, and I know you'll want to talk to her about it. But I need you to tell me. It's not island trouble, not from the way you looked at Essie.
No, not island trouble.
He took a chug from the beer.
I didn't want Dylan to hear my end of the conversation.
I know. Now he's playing on the beach. Was it Agent Jacoby?
Yeah.
He could work his way up to it.
They found the car Hobart was driving when they spotted her in Louisville. She'd changed the plates, busted it up some. The idiot who found it decided to claim it as his own, did some half-assed body work. They found it when the Stadies stopped him for speeding and driving while stoned, as it turned out, and hauling a batch of opioids. He did some basic bullshitting. Not my car, man, I just borrowed it.
I don't know where those drugs came from, Simone finished.
Yeah, except he had some of said drugs in his pocket. Anyway, before they had all that nailed down, they found Hobart's prints and the rental agreement with the alias she'd used in the mall down there in the glove box. It came out he'd found the car, busted up and abandoned, which led to them finding another guy who'd sold her a junk Ford for cash and no worries about paperwork.
Now they have a description of that car.
She won't still have it. They're trying to run that down.
That's not all.
No.
He brushed her arm as he wandered to the glass doors.
No, that's not all. I told you they tracked the card she sent me to where she mailed it.
And they were able to track her to where she'd stayed in Coral Gables. That helped track her to Atlanta and the flight to Portland.
A little late for McMullen, but yeah. Got the name she used to book the cabin.
When they had that sighting in Louisville, verified the name she used to charge those purchases at the mall, the car, and tag, you said that was good. Good work. You said she's making mistakes.
Yeah.
He turned back.
That didn't stop her from killing Tracy Lieberman.
Simone braced a hand on the counter, then sat.
Where? How? Near Elkins, West Virginia. Lieberman worked as a guide, National Forest right there. She was in the theater with her mother, her aunt, her cousin. She was 14 then. She got married last year. Back then, she was Tracy Mulder.
God, I knew her a little. She was a year behind us, but she and me were in gymnastics together. I knew her. He came over to sit beside her.
Her mother was killed that night. She shielded Tracy with her own body. And still, Tracy took hits in both legs. Her aunt and her cousin, minor injuries, but Tracy's were severe. They weren't sure she'd walk again without assistance or without a profound limp. She'd never be competitive in gymnastics again. She got a lot of press.
And Hobart targets that.
Yeah. She got more, even as the story faded off some because she didn't give up. She had all the surgeries and didn't give up. She did years of PT and caught the attention of a couple of medalists from the U.S. gymnastics team. They gave her a gold medal for courage. More press. She not only walked again, On her own, but at 20 completed her first 5K marathon and came in 5th. More press. A couple years later, a 25K, 3rd place, and she dedicated the race to her mom.
More press.
She did some motivational speaking, went to work for the Park Service, moved to Elkins for the job, got married. McMullen, among others, did a splash on her. Pictures of her after a marathon looking healthy, more of her in her wedding dress with the gold medal in her bouquet.
She's everything that Hobart detests. She made strength and heart and endurance out of tragedy and pain.
And got the gold, a kind of symbol of wealth and fame.
Social media? Simone asked.
She was active on a couple of sites for runners. She had 2 of her own, a public page about the national forest, the trails, photos, anecdotes, and a private one with her personal stuff.
But it's never really private, is it?
Reed turned the bottle, shook his head. All it takes is basic hacking or finding a way to have the page owner let you in. Either way, Hobart knew enough to track her on her early morning runs. She ran every day, not always the same route, but she ran every morning. Hobart's known to be a runner.
She could run one of the routes a couple times, let Tracy see her, get used to seeing her, even strike up a conversation.
Easy enough, he agreed. She was killed this morning between 6:30 and 8:30. A bullet in each leg, one in the head.
The legs. It burned in Simone's heart. Hobart wanted to destroy her before she killed her.
Take out her legs again, Reed agreed. Bring back that pain and terror. The feds will track back to where she lived in that area, how long, what she drove.
But she'll be gone and driving something else.
That's her pattern, but every piece of information counts. It adds up. It should add up, he muttered.
Was Tracy on your, I guess I'd call it a watch list?
I had her, but she didn't really benefit financially. She didn't get media hero status out of the incident itself. She didn't affect the outcome. I had her, but we weren't focused there.
He shoved up to pace.
Damn it. She drove out of Florida after Devlin, flew out of Atlanta, back to Portland to snatch McMullen, held her in a cabin in the White Mountains, miles east of here, for hours.
The admirable calm's slipping, she noted. So she'd be calm for him. She'd never abducted and held anyone before.
She wanted more than a straight kill with McMullen. She wanted attention. The tripod, the lights, makeup traces, and a reporter. She did a video. Had to.
God, she taped killing McMullen?
That might have been bonus footage. She wanted the interview. It's what makes sense. She booked the cabin, had supplies for a full week, but killed McMullen within 24 of the snatch. She couldn't hold on to it. Couldn't maintain for longer.
To keep her hands busy, Simone dealt with more dishes. What does that tell you?
She's breaking down? She's sure as hell breaking down. It tells me she needed to talk, to tell somebody on the record how goddamn smart she is. Tell them what she's done and why.
Simone turned back to him. She's isolated. Has been all of her life, really. A lot by choice, but isolated and playing roles.
That's exactly right.
I haven't been. Not really, because I had Cece and me. But I pulled away from my family, and some of that was them pulling away from me. I played a role for a year to try to please my parents, and ended up making myself sick and miserable before I stopped.
What role?
He dragged himself out of his frustration over Hobart, looked at Simone.
You never told me about that.
A long time ago. College time. The business major, corporate suit, date the fortunate son like the parents want role. It's awful to try to be what you're not. She does that all the time, has done it all the time.
Except with her brother. She could be herself with him.
First her parents took him away from her, then we, because it's all of us to her, isn't it? Then we killed him. Now she's alone, playing roles. You're the only one alive who's seen the real Patricia Hobart.
You're on the money. She needed to make a statement, spend some time being herself. I bet she plays that recording over and over.
Frustrated, disgusted, he dropped onto a stool at the kitchen peninsula.
But she's still covering her tracks, and goddamn well. She leaves McMullen's body in the cabin, calculating it won't be found for a few days, and she's right. Meanwhile, she takes McMullen's car west into New Hampshire, changed the plates along the way, dumps it in the airport lot in Concord, her favorite ploy, and she's in the wind again. They'll backtrack her with the sighting in Louisville and the murder in West Virginia, but we started looking west. Why come all the way back here, drive McMullen west, take the car west, if she was going to double back south?
Kentucky's still west of Maine, Simone pointed out.
Yeah, we factored that in. Looking for a reason for her crossing into New Hampshire, then with the sighting, looking at the southwest. So I'm looking at this guy who moved to Arkansas a couple of years ago, another in Texas, and didn't give West Virginia or Tracy much of a thought.
If you take one fraction of 1 degree of blame over this, I'll be seriously pissed off at you.
Not blame, but I don't know the word for it. She doubled back again and none of us saw it coming.
You'll go over it with Essie later tonight. I'll go home with Cece. She held up a hand before he objected. From what I've seen of Hank, he'll keep Dylan occupied. We're all going to get out of the way, and you can go over it with Essie. He slid off the stool, drew her off hers, rested his forehead to hers.
You're right. Let's go walk on the beach.
He kissed her.
With friends and dogs and a wild and crazy kid.
Simone went with him. She didn't know where Elkins might be, but felt certain if she traced a northeast route on the map from Louisville, she'd find it. Despite the pall of another murder, Reed saw Essie and her family off on the ferry early Monday morning after a good, happy weekend. They glided away, waving, in a steady rain that had held off until just before dawn. He appreciated the timing, and now that he had lupins and tulips and other unidentified things popping up around his house, he appreciated the rain, too. He and Essie had spent time in his office, the old partner rhythm still there. They agreed, unless she veered off course, her next area of interest should be the D.C. area. They had a congressional aide, a victims advocate lawyer, a political reporter, and a couple who ran a women's shelter, all within a 50-mile radius. Reed intended to pass their theories, conclusions, and newest list to Jacoby when he got to the station. At his side, Barney whined as the ferry drifted away.
They'll be back. You did okay, pal. You even took a biscuit from the scary bearded man, even if you did run away from him afterward. Progress. Let's go to work.
He got in early, made coffee, sent the report he and Essie put together to Jacoby, settled down with the memos and incident reports on his desk. A drunken disorderly, Saturday night, off-islander, cited, sobered up, and fined. Somebody TP'd the Dobson house, also Saturday night. So much action. As Richard Dobson taught math at the high school and wasn't known for the warm fuzzies or grading on a curve, the investigating officers, Maddie and Cecil, suspected a student, possibly a student in danger of failing his class. Marking period was nearly over, Reed calculated. He agreed with his officers' conclusions. A complaint about loud music and noise, also during the island madness of Saturday night. Responding officers, again Maddie and Cecil, broke up a party comprised of a group of teenagers taking advantage of parents away for the weekend. Underage drinking discovered. Reed noted the party poopers arrived at 22:30, and Dobson saw no sign of TP dripping from his trees when he let his dog out for a last tour at 2300. Dobson discovered same when he woke just before 200 hours, answering his own call of nature, and glanced out the bathroom window. Reed looked at Barney.
I deduce, my young apprentice, certain partygoers aren't doing so well in algebra or trig, and I sympathize. I suspect some gathered again after the raid, got their supplies, and exacted their revenge.
Normally he'd let it go. It was just toilet paper. But he noted Dobson called in twice on Sunday demanding pursuit of the vandals. A memo informed him Dobson had also complained to the mayor and wanted a response personally from the chief of police.
Okay, then.
He noted from the schedule that Maddie and Cecil were off, but the clarity of their report meant he didn't need a sit-down. He got up when he heard Donna come in.
Morning, Donna.
Chief, nice weekend?
Yeah, you?
The rain held off, so that's good enough.
I hear you. Donna, how much of a hard-ass is Dobson, the math teacher?
Ass as stony as his heart. My grandson's studying his brains out of his ears and barely making it in geometry. Dobson won't accept extra credit. No retests, no nothing. This is about them rolling his yard?
It is.
I'd have bought the TP for them, that's how I feel about it.
I'll pretend I didn't hear that. I have to go talk to him.
Good luck with that,
Donna said bitterly.
He won't be satisfied until whoever did it is slapped in stocks.
We have stocks?
He probably has some in his garage. It wouldn't surprise me.
Was your grandson at the party at the Walkers Saturday night?
She pokered up.
Maybe.
Donna.
He gestured to her chair, took one of his own.
Nobody's going to be put in stocks, drawn or quartered, tarred or feathered. Nobody's going to be arrested. I'm damn sure not going to screw around with kids over something like this. But it'd help if I knew who was involved so I could talk to them. I'll handle Dobson.
I'm not ratting out my own flesh and blood.
Do you want me to take an oath he won't get in trouble? And neither will anyone else?
She yanked open a drawer, pulled out a King James Bible.
You're serious?
Right hand on it and swear.
Jesus Christ.
Don't you take the name of the Lord in vain when I'm holding the Bible.
Sorry.
He put his right hand on it.
I swear I'll keep your grandson and the rest of them out of trouble regarding this matter.
She nodded, put the book away.
He's a good boy. He's getting all A's and B's except for that one class. He's already grounded for the party, and he deserved it.
He did. There was drinking.
She pointed at him.
Are you going to sit there and tell me, when you were coming up on 18 or already hit it, fixing to graduate high school in a few weeks, you didn't drink a beer or two?
She yanked the drawer open again.
Don't bring that out here again. I'm not going to deny it. I bet he listens to you.
Everybody listens to me if they know what's good for them.
Then you back me up with this. You have a talk with him later. Tell him to avoid the drinking and the mischief, to steer clear of Dobson outside of class and Dobson's house altogether.
I'll do that.
Good. Who's his best pal?
Damn it, Reed!
I took an oath on the Bible.
Cecil's brother Matthias and Jamie Walker.
Jamie Walker of the infamous party?
That's right.
Okay, then. Let's go, Barney.
Don't you let me down, Chief.
I won't.
As he and Barney walked to the school, Reed thought it good to be back to work. He caught Dobson as the math teacher, briefcase in hand, sour expression in place, strode toward the main doors of the high school section of the building that also housed the middle and elementary. At the moment, grouping the 3 levels and the one-room kindergarten class, 227 students attended the Tranquility Island Education Complex.
It's about time,
Dobson snapped.
My taxes pay your salary. That they do. Why don't we talk inside, out of the wet? You can't bring that dog inside the school. He's deputized.
To solve it, Reed opened the doors, let Barney in.
I expect better. We can talk in your classroom or the teacher's lounge, whichever you prefer.
Or you can try to haul me into the principal's office, Reed mused. Dobson strode off. A little guy, Reed thought. Maybe 5'7", on the stocky side and with a serious stick up his ass. It might have been small as high schools went, but it smelled like school to Reed. Commercial cleaner tinged with the messy mix of jittery hormones and teenage boredom. Sounded like one as his wet sneakers slapped on the floor. Looked like one with its administrative offices straight to the left and its facing walls of dull gray lockers.
It's a nice school,
Reed said conversationally.
I had a tour of it along with the Middle End Elementary over the winter. Nice isn't relevant. It's a place for education and discipline.
Though he felt like he'd regressed to high school, Reed rolled his eyes behind Dobson's back as the man unlocked a classroom door.
My time's limited. Then I'll be as quick as I can. According to the incident report, you didn't see anyone in your yard or around your house at the time you woke and saw the toilet paper in your trees. At the time I saw the vandalism. It had already been done. If you can't identify and apprehend a gang of vandals, you have no business in your office. I'm sorry you feel that way. What did you do with the evidence? Evidence? The TP. I removed it, of course, at considerable time and trouble, and disposed of it. Well, that's a shame. I might have been able to find prints. Can't guarantee that, as the perpetrators might have worn gloves, but at this time, no one, including you, saw anything, heard anything, and the evidence has been disposed of by your own hands. You could give me a list of names, people who would wish you harm.
Dobson's mouth popped open in shock.
No one wishes me harm. There are several teachers in this school, any number of students, and certainly some parents who have issues with me, but... Issues? Many who don't approve of my teaching methods or philosophies. Many. Any number. Some, and several. That's a lot in a school this size. Did any of them threaten you or your property? Not in so many words. Mr. Dobson, I'm going to keep my eyes and ears open, as will my deputies. But without a witness, without the evidence, without you being able to name individuals who might have had the time, opportunity, and motive for committing this act, we don't have a lot to go on. I expect better. I expect justice. Mr. Dobson, if I identified the individual or individuals responsible, the most justice would offer is a few hours of community service, maybe a negligible fine. And by pursuing that, demanding that, you'd have more people than you do now who have issues with you. I'm going to speak to the mayor again. Okay. Have a good day.
He led Barney out. A handful of students began to file in, bringing color and chatter and the smell of wet hair. Reed went outside, waited. Matthias spotted him at the same time he spotted Matthias with two other boys. Matthias looked instantly guilty. Reed sauntered over.
Matthias, how you doing? Fine, sir. We've got to get to class. There's time yet. Jamie Walker?
The kid wearing the hipster hat with his hair shaved on the sides and floppy front and back shrugged.
I need to talk to you about the party the other night,
he said, loudly enough for anyone passing to hear.
Let's walk over here. You too,
he said to the third boy, the one with the hood of his orange hoodie over ginger hair, adding more of his cool by wearing sunglasses in the rain.
We already caught it for that, Chief, Matthias began. I'm grounded for 2 weeks.
You do the crime, you do the time. Who else is grounded?
Both the other boys raised hands.
I'm 18,
Jamie said with overt disgust.
And I'm grounded for having a party. In your parents' house without their permission. With beer and weed. Nobody found any weed, Jamie insisted. Because you were smart and quick enough to get rid of it. My officers smelled it. But that's done, and you're lucky, as they could have hauled you in. It was just a party, Jamie grumbled. I might agree, but you were stupid enough to make enough noise and get caught. Be smarter next time. Now, where'd you get the TP? I don't know what you're talking about.
Reed turned from Jamie to Matthias. Cecil's brother had his hood up, too.
You know Donna, the dispatcher.
Yes, sir. She's grandmother to a friend of mine and friends with my mom.
Here's the deal. She had me take an oath with my hand on the damn Bible. Shit, she'd skin me for saying the damn Bible. I'd keep her grandson, who I suspect was in on this, and the rest of you out of trouble. She would.
Matthias ducked his head, but Reed saw the grin.
I'm not risking the wrath of Donna to slap you back for TPing a house. I'm asking because if you were stupid enough to buy it, that's going to come out, and I'll have to do something.
Matthias hunched his shoulders, scuffed the ground with his already scuffed Nike KDs.
We each took a couple of rolls from home. Not completely stupid. Don't do it again, and pass that to the ones I haven't caught. Yet. Meanwhile, stay away from Dobson outside the classroom. Keep your heads down. Don't go around his house, and for Christ's sake, don't go bragging about doing this. You hold to that. All that's going to happen is you're all, plus Donna's grandson, who I have caught but haven't talked to yet, going to do some community service. 2 weekends of yard work or whatever your mother needs around the house. No bitching about it. I'm going to check.
You're not going to tell Mr. Dobson? Matthias asked.
No. You're all going to college or into the world of employment. You're going to run into more Dobsons, trust me. Figure out a better way to deal with them. Get to class.
Thanks, Chief, the three of them said, almost in unison. Reed walked off, satisfied. Yeah, he thought. It was good to be back to work. Chapter 26. Mail took its time getting to the island. Reed got the next card 5 days after his weekend off, and right before the Memorial Day weekend with its village parade, lobster fest, early bird summer specials, and the first influx of summer people. As always, Donna picked up the mail on the way in and arrived shortly after him. He'd made his first cup of station coffee from the machine he'd paid for himself. He'd settled the dog down with a chew bone, and, though it humiliated, the little stuffed dog Barney loved. Reed expected Barney to chew the toy to bits, but Barney habitually clamped it gently in jaws or paws and did no real damage. As he booted up his computer with an eye toward looking over the June calendar again, Donna came to his open door.
Chief?
Yeah, so this Arts and Crafts Festival the second weekend in June, I remember my mother being all about that one year. Do we have an estimate on...
He trailed off as he glanced up, saw her face.
Problem.
It wasn't a question.
You got another card in the mail. It's the same handwriting, I know it. The postmark's from West Virginia. I only touched it by the corner to stick it in my tote.
Let's have it.
He hadn't expected another card as much as he'd hoped for one. Another trail. Another break in control. Donna set it carefully on his desk, sat.
I've got something to say first before you open it.
I need to get to this, Donna.
I know you need to get to this, but I've got something to say first.
She clutched her big summer straw purse in her lap.
I want to say it before you open it because we both know this is another threat against you.
Go ahead, then,
he said as he got out a pair of gloves, his penknife.
You kept your word. I believe you'd have kept it whether or not you took an oath on the good book. But that's a kind of insurance. You did the right thing and didn't let those boys, including my grandson, off scot-free, but you didn't mess up their lives over a prank. Dobson hammered at you, pushed at the mayor, but you did the right thing.
It was toilet paper, Donna. Probably biodegradable.
That's not the point. I didn't know what to think about them bringing you in as chief, but I didn't think very well. You're young, you're from the mainland, and you've got a sassy way half the time.
He had to smile, even with the slow burn working inside him over the card waiting on his desk.
I'm sassy?
That's not a compliment. But you do a good job, you treat the deputies with respect, and you kept your word. You're good to that idiot dog.
He's only half an idiot these days.
I didn't like the idea of you bringing him in here, but I'll tell the truth, and say I've got a fondness for him now.
Her fondness, Reed knew, included sneaking the dog tiny bone-shaped treats from a bag she now kept at her station.
Barney grows on you.
I think you need a decent haircut and real shoes instead of old beat-up sneakers.
Reed frowned down at his high tops.
They weren't that beat up. Noted.
Otherwise, she sniffed, you're doing reasonably all right. More or less.
I'm touched.
And you're chief, so that's that.
She dug into her bag, pulled out a black ball cap with Chief over the crown in white.
So this is for you.
You got me a hat.
I watch these TV movies all the time, and the chief of police has a hat like this one."
Touched sincerely, Reed took it, settled it on his head.
How's it look?
"Well, you need a decent haircut, but it'll do."
He took it off, studied the chief, put it back on.
I appreciate it, Donna. I'm proud to wear it.
"At least people will see it and not think you're some beach bum with that ragged hair and those beat-up sneakers."
She pushed up from the chair.
"I'll call in the off-duty deputies so you can brief them after you've looked at that card."
Thanks.
She paused at the door.
"You be smart, and you be careful."
I intend to be both.
"See that you do. I paid good money for that hat. I don't want anything to happen to it."
He smiled for a moment as she walked out, then put on the gloves, slit the envelope with his knife. This one read, "Thinking of you," on a floral background. Inside, over a rainbow and more flowers, the sentiment read, "You mean so much to me, I need to let you know. No matter what I see, no matter where I go, you're always in my thoughts." She'd signed it XXOO Patricia, and on the inside cover had written her personal message.
I can't wait until we're together again. It's been too long. I hope you think of me as often as I think of you, and with the same, should we call it passion? Enclosed is another token of my undying loathing. Until, Patricia.
He lifted out the lock of hair inside the sealed bag. It wouldn't be McMullen's, he thought. McMullen, the abduction, the video, the killing, all that had been not just personal for Hobart, but intimate. This lock of hair was Tracy Lieberman's. He took photos, sealed the original and the lock of hair in an evidence bag.
Just come, bitch. Just stop screwing around and come. We'll finish this.
He contacted Jacoby, shot her the photos, did the same with Essie. Then he swiveled in his chair, gazed out the window at the flowering bushes. Azaleas, even he knew that much. They made a nice show. He had a couple of them at his house in flaming red, and the wild dogwood, Cece had identified, had burst out in late March between snowstorms. The fishing boats would be out, and the lobstermen. Before long, they'd be joined by sailboats, powerboats, boogie boards, sunbathers, and sandcastles. Whenever she came, however she got there, he'd find a way to stop her from leaving a scar on the island. He flicked a finger down the bill of his cap, got up to brief his deputies. The dog, toy in his mouth, followed him. In her studio, Simone circled the clay. She searched for imperfections, for possibilities of improvements. For the last few days, she'd touched up details, cutting minute bits of clay with hook and rake tools, smoothing out with kidney tools, delicately brushing with solvent to remove those tool marks. She knew from experience, an artist could cut and rake and smooth a piece, searching for perfection, and destroy the soul of it. Her hands itched for her tools, but she walked out, called down the stairs to where she knew Cece sat with her morning coffee. "Cece, could you come up, take another look at Reed?" "I'm always ready to look at Reed. You haven't let me look for days, covering him up even when you had Hank and Essie up there." "I know, he wasn't ready. I know he's ready now, but I can't stop looking for reasons to tweak just a little more. Stop me," she said, as Cece reached the landing. "Or tell me to keep going." Cece stepped in, flipped her long braid behind her back, then circled as Simone had. The image stood 2 feet in height on a base she'd created to resemble a platform of rough stone. She'd caught him, as she'd envisioned, in mid-swing, the sword gripped two-handed over his left shoulder, his body turned at the hip, legs braced, with the right foot planted ahead of the left, and in a pivot. His hair, tumbled and with that hint of curl, seemed to flow with the motion. For his face, she'd sculpted the barely banked rage and cold purpose. Behind his left leg, Barney stood, leaning in, head up, eyes full of hope and trust.
God, he's gorgeous, Cece stated as she circled. In person or here? Both. Absolutely both. Simone, this is brilliant. It's stunning, and it's absolutely Reed. The protector, you said you called it, and that's just perfect. Leave it alone. Perfect's often the enemy of done, but you've already gotten perfect. She traced a finger a hairbreadth from the scars. Perfectly flawed. Real. Male. Human. It got more important to me every day. And the more important, I want to cast it in bronze. Yes, yes! Oh, I can see that! Cece shifted, slipped an arm around Simone's waist. Will you let him see the clay model? Nope. Good. Let him wait. I've let it dry. Most of me knew it was done. I can start the molding process this morning. I'll let you get to it. My talented girl, it's going to be a masterpiece. Okay, then, she murmured when she was alone. She got her brush, the latex rubber mixture. Stopped herself, got a bottle of water, turned on music, going with one of Cece's new agey playlists. Soothing harps, bells, flutes. With the brush, she painted the mixture onto the clay. Avoiding air bubbles while coating every millimeter took patience and care and time. She knew his body so well now, the length of torso, the line of hip, the exact placement of the scars. Once done, she stepped back, searching for any tiny area she might have missed. Then she cleaned her brush, put the mix away. This process took more patience. She'd apply the next coat the following morning, then another. 4 coats, she determined, before she made the mother mold of plaster. When that dried, she'd remove the mother mold, cut the rubber away from the clay. She would have the negative image and could pour the wax replica. She decided she'd wait until she reached that stage before booking the foundry she used on the mainland. Pouring the wax replication took several steps, then she'd need to chase that, repair imperfections, remove seams and mold lines. Painstaking, but she preferred doing her own wax chasing as she'd learned in Florence. But by then, even with the steps that followed, she'd have a good sense of when she'd be ready to have it poured. Sipping water, she turned toward her board and the faces that waited. Time, she thought, to get back to her mission. A walk on the beach to clear her head. Then she'd go back to work. Reed walked Barney home in air soft with spring. Buildings, many freshly painted for the season, stood in soft roses, bright blues, quiet yellows and greens. Sort of like a garden with touches of more in baskets of pansies or window boxes spilling with... He didn't really know, but it looked nice. Walking instead of driving reaped benefits. People along his stroll knew him now, stopped to have a word, ask a question. The best way, in his mind, to weave yourself into the fabric of a community was regular visibility, and compliments on flower pots, paint, a new hairstyle didn't hurt. Barney still shied, but not as much, and not with everyone. The dog had his favorites on their comings and goings. Barney's top favorite, and Reed's, got out of her car in his driveway as they approached. Barney let out a happy yip, wagged all over, so Reed unclipped the leash and let him go. Perfect timing. Simone bent down to rub and stroke. Her gaze tracked up, amused. Nice hat, Chief. I like it. Donna gave it to me. Donna? Now her brows shot up as she straightened. Well, well, you are accepted. Seems like it. Congratulations, she said, moving in, winding around him, and capturing his mouth in a long, deep, steamy kiss. Wow, that's an amazing way to end the workday. I had a really good workday myself, so... She kissed him again until he fisted a hand on the back of her shirt. Why don't we just... She gave his bottom lip a quick bite. Things to do first. You can carry in the supplies. We have supplies? We have pasta salad,
Another draw from my limited culinary repertoire, and some marinated chicken breasts courtesy of Cece. She says if you don't know how to grill chicken, Google it.
I can do that and supply the wine.
He got out the bag as she took a square package out of the other side. He'd seen enough of them now to recognize a wrapped painting.
What's that?
Your mermaid, as promised. Get me that wine, I'll unveil her.
Hot damn.
He smiled over at her as they started inside. Across the porch, he'd, with Cecil and Matthias's help, painted Orchid.
You must have had a really good workday.
I did. How about you?
Let's get that wine, then we'll talk about it.
He'd started to develop a taste for wine, so he poured 2 glasses while she unwrapped the painting. It was maybe 18 inches square and full of light. Blue skies blurred pink and gold at the horizon. Blue water streaked with those rich tones. But the mermaid was the star. She sat on a stand of rocks at water's edge, her tail a treasure of gleaming blues and greens with touches of iridescent gold. She ran a gold comb through waving masses of red hair, which spilled over bare breasts, back, torso. Her face was turned toward the onlooker. And that face, he thought, eerily beautiful, exotic, bold green eyes, all-knowing, the perfect lips curved in a sensual smile as water sprayed white against the rocks.
Wow. One sexy mermaid.
Cece framed her. She's better at that than I'll ever be. Let's go put her up.
In a minute. First, one more wow and thanks.
He set the painting down, drew her in for another kiss, held her an extra moment. I think you didn't have such a good workday.
That depends on your perspective. I want to get this said and done so we can put it aside and just be.
He eased back.
I got another card this morning.
Oh, God.
Wait now. What this tells me is she's still hung up on me and has lost her main focus. She's letting emotion and personal bitchiness get in the way. She's given us that trail, Simone, communicating rather than concentrating on evading only. That's a plus for us.
She wants to kill you.
She tried once, he reminded her. I always knew she'd try again. Now, instead of letting it all lie, then coming at me when I'm unprepared, she's giving me a trail and a timeline. Not just me, but the FBI. Jacoby's all over this.
If you're trying to placate me,
I'm not. She's one dangerous, crazy, bloodthirsty psychopath. You're not only on the island, too, you're with me on the island. She wouldn't know that second part yet, but she'll figure it out, and she'll want both of us. I'm not placating you.
That's clear now.
Simone blew out a breath.
Tell me about the card.
This one was a thinking of you deal, he began, and ran it through, took out his phone, showed her.
And the lock of hair again, Simone added. It's not McMullen's, is it? That's been too long a gap.
McMullen, for whatever reasons, hit another category for her.
It's poor Tracy's, isn't it?
That's my take. Forensics will confirm.
I barely knew her, and only through me, but...
She had to take a moment, steady herself.
That link to me links her to me. It's harder than the others because of that.
He brushed a hand over her hair. I love you. This island's my home. I even have a dog to prove it. The people who live here, who come here, they're my responsibility now. I need you to trust me. Trust I'll take care of all of it.
She thought of the sculpture, the heart of it. She'd created it because she knew who he was. I do trust you. You'll make her pay for Tracy and all the others, and that makes it easier. I'm glad you told me first so we can put it away.
Good. Let's do that. Put this away and have a normal evening.
Normal sounds just right.
Okay, then.
He scooped her off her feet, heading for the stairs. What's this?
This is me Rhett-butlering you up the stairs and into bed.
That's a normal evening?
That's how I see it.
He made the turn, dumped her on the bed, dropped down to cover her.
You started it. Driveway kiss. So now I have to finish it.
Barney, who'd witnessed this behavior before, padded over to his bed with his toy. settled down to wait it out. Big talk. Maybe I like to finish what I start.
You'll get the chance.
He lowered his mouth to hers, let the kiss spin and spin and spin out. Everything she wanted, Simone thought. Too much what she wanted. All these feelings and needs, the weakness and power rising and whirling inside her. She held on to him and let herself fall. He undressed her slowly, piece by piece. No hurry, not when he felt drunk on her already. He glided his hands over bare skin, felt it heat under his touch, trailed his lips over it, felt it quiver. Time seemed to slow. The air thickened. Every sigh, every murmur, soft as moth wings, floated out and away as they moved together, came together. He loved everything she was, had been, would be. She loved, he knew, so he could wait for her to look at him, into him, and say the words. Because here and now she showed him, and no words were needed. He opened her. She couldn't explain it. He unlocked things in her she hadn't known existed, and he held those secret things so carefully. She ran her hand down his side, over the scars. The protector, she thought. But who protected him? I will. She cupped his face, rose up to him. I will. He slipped inside her, slow, slow, with his eyes on hers. I will, she thought again, and surrendered. When she lay beneath him, feeling his heart trip against hers, the beauty flooded her throat with tears. I like your version of normal, she managed.
I was hoping.
He brushed his lips over the curve of her shoulder.
I could spend a couple lifetimes being normal with you.
Not yet, she thought. Not yet. Does normal include dinner?
Right after I Google how to grill chicken.
He levered up, looked down at her.
Hey.
Brushed a tear from her lashes. They're the good kind, she told him. The very good kind. You make me feel more, Reed. I'm still getting used to it. Let's do this. You figure out how to do the chicken and I'll hang the mermaid. I suspect we'll both be playing to our strengths.
Let's see if you feel that way after you eat the chicken. The good kind?
The very good kind. He fed the dog and grilled chicken that was pretty damn okay. He admired the sexy mermaid on the bathroom wall. They took a walk and he studied the sphering green of his emerging lupins before they wound through the woods and down to the beach. They gave each other normal. He tried tossing the ball for Barney to no avail. Then Simone picked it up, threw it. Barney trotted after it, snagged it, brought it back.
Why does he fetch for you?
Because he's a gentleman.
Throw it again.
She obliged with the same results.
Let me have that thing. Go get it, Barney.
Reed tossed it. Barney stared up at him.
Well, for...
Barney.
Simone pointed to the ball.
Get that for me.
He wagged his tail, raced down the beach, and brought the ball back to her.
He's messing with me, Reed decided. I can get him to sit. We've got about a 90% success rate on that. But he gets his head caught in the stair rail a couple times a week. And he's getting bigger, so it's not as easy to get him out again.
They walked on, and he tried a new tactic. Reed tossed the ball back over his shoulder. Barney ran back for it.
I've got his number now.
With Simone's hand in his, and his dog trotting along with a red ball, he watched the moon come up over the water.
Can you stay tonight?
I have to leave early. It's a timing thing, but I can stay. He brought her hand to his lips, watched the moon, and thought he couldn't ask for better normal. Chapter 27. Summer came to the island, and so did the summer people. Day trippers with their sunscreen and beach blankets, weekenders prepared to pack fun and sun into their 2 days. Others flooded in to spend a week or two, a month, or the season. The ferry ran every hour on the hour with cars, bikers, hikers lined up at the dock on both sides of the bay. Every hour on the hour, Reed himself or a team of deputies stood watch. He'd checked on a scatter of bookings by single females, but none panned out. He worked every day, on the roll or off. He walked the village, the beaches, cruised by rentals. Sooner or later, he thought. On a lovely June evening at a well-attended fundraiser in Potomac, Maryland, Marlena Dubowski, victims advocate attorney, political activist, Down East Mall survivor, gave a short speech, raised her glass in a toast. She sipped, mingled, sipped, schmoozed, sipped, and began gasping for breath. As she collapsed, Patricia, in the guise of a wealthy donor, dropped down beside her, quickly snipped a lock of hair.
Oh my God! Call 911!
I'm a doctor, someone shouted. Let me through.
In the confusion, Patricia slipped away. She drove by the fine homes, sweeping driveways, to the post office she'd already earmarked. Humming to herself, she slipped the lock of hair into the bag and the bag inside the card she'd already signed, addressed, and stamped. She'd chosen, "Just because you're you." After sealing the card, she slipped it into the mailbox in front of the post office. Pleased with herself, she took the Beltway, cruised off the exit ramp to the mid-level hotel she'd pre-booked as she considered the crowds of vacationers. She only needed a night, a good meal. In her junior suite, the best she could do, she pulled off the ash-blonde helmet wig, took out the blue contacts, the device that pushed her jaw out to prominence. With a grunt, she removed the matronly designer cocktail dress and the body padding beneath. She took the lifts out of her evening shoes. She ordered room service, took a long shower to start fading the self-tanner she'd used. In the morning, she'd dump the car she'd rented in long-term parking at Dulles Airport, rent another. A change of plates somewhere along the way, and she'd be off again. She set the photo of Reed on the table beside her bed. She'd bought a frame for it.
We've got a date, don't we?
Just because. Jacoby sat in Reed's office, frustration in every line of her body. We had an agent at the damn fundraiser and she slipped through. People panicked, crowded in, cut him off. He got a look at her and gave chase, but he believes she fled in a black Mercedes sedan, but he couldn't get the plate. No plate light. Reaching in her bag, she took out a sketch. Artist's rendering.
She added some years, some weight, changed the jawline, and she went back to cyanide.
She stayed to see her target collapse, and even got down beside her for a moment when keeping back, leaving, would be smarter.
She's gotten more arrogant, and she didn't know how close you were.
Not close enough. She's going to send you another card.
I'm counting on it. Her time between kills is compressing.
Another sign she's losing the control that kept her under for so long. It goes back to you, Reed, and putting a bullet in her. Initially, I thought, and our analysis agreed, she might string you along. Play it out because for her it must be torturing you. I don't think that now. She needs to right that wrong.
Agreed. If she wants to take out another on her way here, and at the rate she's escalated I think she will, you need to put Mi-hee Jung and Chaz Bergman under some protection. I think Brady Foster falls in there too. She won't go after Essie yet. Essie's too high up the chain. She wouldn't go after Simone yet if I didn't live on the island. But she won't be able to resist a double header. But
he rose, wandered over for a Coke, held out a second. Have any diet?
Hold on.
He went out through the bullpen into the break room, took a Diet Pepsi out of the fridge.
I owe you one,
he said to Maddie, and took it to his office, closed the door. Thanks. But
She's escalating and she's devolving, but she's still smart. She's still cagey. We saw just that in how she played us with and after McMullen. She knows, has to know, you're following her route, connecting dots.
You think she'll veer off, take another detour?
If she needs another kill before me, she'd be stupid to take a direct route to Maine. She's not stupid.
Jacoby rose, walked to the map he'd pinned to his wall, studied the pushpins that represented Hobart's kills since she'd started the journey. Any instincts on where she might detour this time?
I have to think about it. Would she stick to driving, book a flight? Will she stick to fame and or fortune, or go off pattern there, too? I have to think about it.
So will I, and the rest of the task force. I had a man in the same room with her, and she killed her target. Drove away. Reed picked up the sketch.
Do you see Hobart when you look at this?
I probably wouldn't have, and witnesses confirmed a southern accent, a good one. She mixed with people, Reed, made small talk, and worked up tears when she spun a story about her daughter and what she went through after a rape. She paid the $5,000 to be there.
She lives the role while she's in it. She's good. Crazy good.
I've got to get back. Contact me when you get the next card. He had traffic issues, parking issues, beach issues, boating issues, drinking issues, even some petty theft to deal with. Every day was a holiday, and people swarmed the streets, shops, trails, beaches. Most days he worked until after sundown and then some. But most evenings he had Simone. If he found an hour or two of quiet and solitude, he settled into his office, studied the map, the faces, tried to put himself in Patricia's mindset. He stepped out one morning. Simone tended to leave at the crack of dawn these days, and found Cece in his yard with canvas, easel, and paints.
"Morning, Chief Delicious." "Morning, love of my life. You're painting."
"I want the morning light. I've been out here a couple times this week later in the day, which shows how sneaky I am, but I need this light." He walked around to her. The dog had already hurried over to wag and lean.
"It's the house."
And the lupins, he noted. Those rivers of color he still marveled belonged to him. "They're not at peak yet. Next week they will be. But I need this light and a good start before they peak. I like the lines of this house, always have. Somebody was smart enough to paint those porches orchid."
"Somebody had someone with an artist's eye tell him to."
"You figured out painting the main doors that plum would add punch all by yourself."
"I have my moments. And HGTV.
"More than a few moments. The lupins, they're a study all on their own."
"Leon helped me out there, and with the other flower stuff. He knows his fertilizer. I had to buy a composter. He wouldn't take no."
Cece studied him as he spoke. "You haven't been getting enough sleep, my cutie. I can see it."
"Summertime. Busy time."
"And not just that. Why can't they catch her?"
"She's slippery."
He leaned in to kiss Cece's cheek.
"But we will."
He pulled out his key ring, took off a spare.
"To the house. Help yourself, and go ahead and lock it when you leave. Keep the key. Just don't roll a joint while you're out here. I'm the chief of police. I have a hat."
He clipped on Barney's leash, walked to work, stopping at a rental along the way to wake up the tenants, college kids, and tell them to pick up the beer and wine bottles scattered every damn where. Left with a warning that a deputy would be back within the hour to fine them if it wasn't done. So, he thought, begins a summer day on the island. And since he'd estimated the arrival, it didn't surprise him when Donna brought in the third card.
"Don't call everybody in, we're too busy for that. Just contact them, let them know we've gotten a third and this one from Potomac, Maryland."
"That crazy woman's ruining my damn summer."
"Not making mine a picnic either,"
he replied as he got gloves, the penknife, and opened the card.
"Cute,"
he said as he read the printed greeting. This time she'd drawn hearts with blood dripping from them and arrows through them. "What do you think? I could try some archery."
Or maybe we'll just stick with bullets in the heart and the head. Maybe I'll shoot you in the balls first for shits and giggles. The fancy bleeding heart lawyer climbed on my brother's dead body to get on her pedestal. I knocked her off. She didn't know what hit her. Neither will you, asshole. XXOO, Patricia.
She even drew a very distinct middle finger after her name. Devolving, he thought. Angrier or less able to control that rage, so a more overt threat. She'd need that next kill, no question about it. She'd need that rush. But who? And where? He looked at the map as he contacted Jacoby. Simone inspected every inch of the investment casting over the wax mold. She'd done the wax chasing, used delicate tools for minute scraping, hot tools for filling in imperfections. She studied it now and deemed it ready. She'd taken hours to design, create, and attach the sprue system, the channel system of wax rods and gates to feed the molten bronze into the mold. More hours still coating the wax with slurry. First the very, very fine grain, 2 coats, to pick up all the minute and delicate details. More layers, 9 in all, of various grades and mixtures, letting each dry between coats to create that thick ceramic shell. All the tedious technical work had kept her mind occupied for days, and off the anxiety of that 3rd damn card.
She didn't know what hit her. Neither will you.
Don't think about it now, she told herself. Don't let a madwoman dictate your life. She boxed the shell, carried it downstairs. Is that Reed? All ready to go. Simone set the box on the kitchen counter with a little huff from the effort. I appreciate you giving up a pretty summer day to go with me. I love a trip to the foundry. All those sweaty men and women, Cece added. I'll get some sketches out of it. She checked her hair in the mirror, long and loose with a trio of enormous hoops showing through at her ears. And I really am looking forward to hearing Natalie's wedding chatter. We'll make it a fun day. She shouldered on a straw bag the size of the Hindenburg. Let's get our pretty boy out to the car. You did tell him we're going to the mainland this morning. I'll text him from the ferry. Cece narrowed her eyes as they walked out of the house. Simone, it gives him less time to worry, and no time to try to talk you out of going off island. Exactly. Simone settled the box in the cargo area, tossed her satchel back with it, popped on sunglasses as Cece slid on her rainbow-lensed ones. In the driver's seat, she cranked up the radio. Shot Cece a grin. Girl trip! Wee-hoo! Under usual circumstances, Simone might have booked a hotel room near the foundry, instead of pushing the work there to a single day. It wasn't that she didn't trust the supervisors or the workers who were, in their way, artists themselves, but she preferred being in on every step and stage. These weren't usual circumstances, and she didn't want to be away from Reed and the island, so the push was on. He looked after her, she thought, and she looked right back after him. Still, she left Cece to entertain herself on the pouring floor or to wander around the furnaces while she hovered over the worker who placed her piece in the autoclave. She'd used the lost wax method, her preference, and the heat and pressure from the oven would force the wax out of its shell. If she'd done good work, she thought, the protector would be perfectly formed inside the empty, hardened shell. Cece joined her when the workers transferred the hot shell to the pouring floor. And here we go, Cece said. Workers in helmets, face masks, protective suits, thick gloves, and boots always put her in mind of rugged astronauts. They secured her work in sand while others heated solid blocks of bronze into liquid. She imagined muscles tensed and rippling inside those thick suits as they stirred that glorious molten bronze. Here was art, too, she thought, in the enormous heat, the scent of chemicals and sweat, of liquefied metal. And magic in the glowing light as workers lifted the crucible of molten metal out of its furnace. And the poor, That moment of truth always enthralled her. Those quick movements of workers moving in unison, the fluid flow of deep, glowing gold like melted sunlight. Inside the shell, her work, her art, her vision filled with that melted sunlight. The negative became positive, and the symbol and study of the man she'd come to love would be born. "Not as good as sex," Cece murmured beside her, "but it's a damn fine rush all the same." Oh boy. On a long sigh, Simone released her breath. Since the shell and the form within required several hours to cool, she drove with Cece into Portland, had a long lunch, thank God not at the country club, with her mother and sister. Wedding talk dominated, but Natalie radiated happy, and that glow reflected on their mother. If you can't beat them, Simone thought, join them.
You saw the pictures I sent of the attendance dresses.
Natalie sipped from her second glass of champagne. "I did," Simone told her. "They're lovely, sleek and elegant, and I love the color." Boysenberry. Tulip indulged in more champagne herself. "I had my doubts, and I admit I tried to talk Natalie into something more traditional, but she was right. It's a striking color, especially with her accent colors." "The blush and pale silver," Cece nodded. "You've got an artist's eye when you want one, sweetie."
I was hoping you and Simone would wear the silver. If you'd look for a dress in that color. The boutique I'm using has some really beautiful choices, and there's still time to customize.
"I look good in silver,"
Cece mused.
You're not in the wedding party.
Natalie shifted her gaze to Simone.
But I'd like you to. I want you both to be part of it.
"Why don't we go to the boutique after lunch?" Simone suggested. "You can help me pick out a dress." Natalie blinked.
Really?
"You're the bride, Nat." Simone tapped her glass to her sister's and caught the glint of tears in her mother's eye. "Let's all go shopping." Just a dress to her, she thought, but a symbol that mattered to both her sister and mother. And it would fill in another couple of hours while her bronze cooled. By the time she and Cece drove back toward the foundry, with dresses, shoes, bags, wraps for a fall wedding, she felt energized. "I actually enjoyed that," she marveled. "It never hurts to get out of our own comfort zones. You made them happy. We did. Yes, we did." She gave Simone an elbow. "Now they owe us. Big time." Since she wanted to do the rest of the work herself and didn't want to spend her days off island, Simone had the foundry load the encased bronze back into her car. "I'm texting Reed," Cece said as they drove onto the ferry. "I want him to know we're on our way back." "I don't want him coming back to the house until I've done the breaking out and have the bronze back in my studio for the metal chasing." "I'll hold him off, and I'll call on a couple of strong men to haul it out on the patio." As she texted, she glanced at Simone. "I want to be there for the breaking out. I wouldn't have it otherwise." 2.5 hours later, Simone swiped sweat off her forehead. Bits and chunks of shell lay over the tarp along with a variety of hammers and power tools. And the bronze stood in the early evening light. Gorgeous, Simone. Gorgeous. He will be. She'd grind off the sprues, finish the surface with pads from coarse to fine, retexture here and there, and perfect. Few more steps. She circled it. The metal chasing, a good sandblasting, then the patina. But I can see it, Cece. I can see it's exactly what I hoped. So's he, whether you know it or not. I didn't hope for him, that's the thing. For a while I didn't hope for anything, and that was useless. Then I woke up and I hoped to be able to do something like this. That was enough. It honestly was, because I had you and this place and could always come back. And then he looked at me. She crouched down, traced a finger over the bronze face. He loves me. A lot of men and a few women have loved me. It's not enough, baby. No, it wouldn't be. It wouldn't be even though he's beautiful and kind. He's brave and smart and so many things. That wouldn't be enough. She pulled off the bandana she'd tied over her hair. But he unlocked something inside me, Cece. and unlocked, I see more, feel more, want more. He made me believe. I love him because of who he is and who I am with him.
When are you going to tell him?
When this is finished and I show it to him.
She straightened.
Is that silly?
I think it's profound. I'm going to help you clean this up and get this beauty upstairs.
While Simone chased metal, Reed rounded up a couple of kids who felt tossing lit firecrackers into trash cans in the public bathrooms was the height of vacation fun. He might have let it go with simply confiscating the rest of the cherry bombs and ash cans and a lecture, but the father, who'd apparently enjoyed more than his fair share of booze on the beach, got in his face about it.
What's the big deal? They're just having some fun. Didn't hurt anybody. And I paid good money for those cherry bombs. The big deal is they broke the law, endangered public safety and their own, and destroyed property. Bunch of trash is all.
Still trying for some diplomacy, Reed nodded.
Which they'll clean up. My boys aren't janitors. They are today. Hell with that. Come on, Scotty, Matt, let's go. They're not going until they clean up the mess they made.
Drunk Dad puffed out his chest.
What are you going to do about it?
Diplomacy, Reed concluded, couldn't always work.
Since they're minors, I'm going to fine you for contributing to their delinquency and for bringing illegal explosives onto the island. Bullshit!
He smiled an affable smile.
No shit about it. I'm not paying a red cent to some rinky-dink play cop trying to hose me down and harass my boys on our vacation. I said let's go!
He turned. Reed shifted to block him. Red-faced, riled up, he shoved Reed.
Well, we'll add assaulting an officer to that list.
Only slightly amazed, Reed dodged a wild swing, then settled the matter by spinning the man around and snapping cuffs on his wrists.
This is not the way to behave,
Reed told the boys, as the older one gawked and the younger began to cry.
Sir, you're considerably inebriated,
Reed continued, as the man struggled and swore, with several in the crowd that gathered taking pictures and videos with the ever-present cell phone.
You're resisting, are now a public nuisance, not to mention showing yourself to be a bad influence on your minor children. Is your mother around?
Reed asked the boys. The younger one blubbered, It's our week with Dad.
Okay, let's settle all this at the station. Sir, I can perp walk you there or you can come along quietly. I'm going to sue your fucking ass. Perp walk it is. You need to come with us, Scotty, Matt.
He glanced down at the dog, sitting, waiting.
Let's go, Barney.
By the time he got to Cece's, he had a dinner invitation. It was after 9, and he wanted a drink like he wanted his next breath.
Rough one?
She asked him.
Ups and downs, with the deepest down a couple of kids with cherry bombs scaring the crap out of people, and their drunk, argumentative father who capped it off by puking in my office from a combination of temper and booze. It wasn't pleasant.
I'm going to get you a beer, then plate you up a spicy barbecue sandwich that's one of my specialties when I'm not a vegetarian.
I love you, Cece.
Go sit out, drink your beer, and look at the water. Some ujjayi breathing wouldn't hurt. The beer helped, and so did the water. The look, scent, sound of it. Maybe the breathing didn't hurt. But Simone, stepping out, her hair was kind of coppery lately and right now tied up with a blue bandana, carrying a plate of barbecue and potato salad smoothed out all the rest. She offered the plate, tugged on the hair under his cap, bent down to kiss him. Cherry bombs and drunk vomit.
Yeah.
He gestured to the dog already snoring at his feet.
It wore my deputy out. How are things on the mainland?
I bought a dress for my sister's wedding, so did Cece, and we earned major points by letting Natalie and Mom help pick them out. And shoes. I did the sketches, well, several, but settled on the winner, for Natalie and Harry's wedding topper.
I'd like to see it. It's happy, he said. Happy's a good way to counteract drunk vomit.
I'll get it. He ate, watched the water, listened to his dog snore. She brought out her pad, sat on the arm of his chair. This is the one that speaks to me. He studied this sketch of a woman, cotton candy pretty, in what he thought of as a princess dress. All billowy in the skirt, sparkly up top, it suited the bride with the tiara on her upswept blonde hair. The groom wore tails in a deep gray, a long silver tie, and that suited his golden god good looks. The groom spun the bride into a dance, more billowing from the skirt, and they looked at each other with all that happiness, as if they'd each found the answers to all the questions.
You need to frame this for her.
It's a little rough.
It's not, and I bet she'd really love having it. Sign it, date it, frame it.
You're right. She would love it. I'll have Cece mat and frame it. I'm going to do the topper in porcelain and paint it.
From the look of the dress and the tails, this says big, formal, fancy wedding.
278 so far on the invite list. Black tie apparel for guests. That covers the big and the formal. The rest, as fancy as they can make it.
Is that what you want? An as fancy as you can make it wedding?
I never said I wanted a wedding.
We'll get to that down the road a bit. And the 3 kids will never hand cherry bombs in a fricking match.
She felt a flutter in her belly. Couldn't decide if it was anxiety or pleasure. That's a lot of projecting, Chief.
It's just the way I see it. Unless Cece changes her mind and takes me as her sex slave, then the deal's off.
Of course.
Before all that, I have to talk you into moving in with me. That can wait, too. We need to build on a studio for you first. I'm working on that.
You're... what?
Not working. Summer's too busy for that. I just asked Donna's cousin, you know, Eli, he's an architect. I just asked him to draw up some ideas for it.
He drank some beer and thought how cold beer and spicy barbecue smoothed out a thorny day just fine.
Of course, if Cece answers my prayers, I'll just move in here, and we'll kick you out. It would be awkward for everybody otherwise.
He closed his eyes as he spoke. Smoothed out, but Jesus, he was tired. She stared out to the horizon, at the glimmer of moonlight on the water between them and the end of the world. In this fantasy of yours, do I have any input into the design of the potential studio?
Sure, that's why Eli's drawing up a few ideas. Then you can look them over, play with them. Plenty of time.
She thought of the sculpture in her studio, and the time she needed to finish it, perfect it, show him. Maybe she should show him now, as it became, the way he'd shown her what could be. I think we should... She broke off when his phone signaled and shifted so he could pull it out. She saw the readout. Jacoby. What could be, she thought as she left him to talk of murder, had to wait. Hobart hit and hit fast in Ohio, in an upscale suburb outside of Columbus. The target, a popular local newscaster, had received the warnings from the FBI and had taken them seriously. He'd never forgotten that night at the Down East Mall. He'd been 28, working at the Portland TV station, mostly covering fluff and trying to work his way to hard news. He'd been shopping for a video camera when hell had come. He'd taken cover, and he'd recorded some of the carnage, with his own shaking voice struggling to describe what he saw, heard, felt. McMullen had gone one way with her reporter's luck, and Jacob Lanson another. He'd turned the recording over to the police with his still trembling hands, but when he got out of the mall, he'd found the crew from his station. He'd given them a first-hand, real-time report. He'd moved up the ranks and snatched the local anchor job in Columbus when it had come his way. He'd married a Columbus native, the daughter of a wealthy businessman. He'd achieved fame and fortune. Patricia's luck came when a woman driving and texting a friend that she'd be late for a lunch date struck Lanson's BMW convertible. He suffered a wrenched shoulder, broken ankle, and whiplash. Grateful it hadn't been worse, Lanson took some time off to recover and arranged for in-home physical therapy. It only took Patricia 2 days to determine the therapist wore a bouncy brown ponytail, favored t-shirts and jeans, and carted a massage table when she arrived every day at 2 in the afternoon. Patricia rented a car of the same make and color as the therapist's and, wearing a brown wig, a simple t-shirt, and jeans, arrived 10 minutes early. She angled the massage table to obscure her face. Lanson, in his ankle-cast sling and neck brace, checked his security monitor, disengaged his alarm, and opened the door.
Hey, Ronnie, you're early.
Right on time,
Patricia told him, and shot him in the chest, adding 2 headshots when he went down. She shoved the table inside, snipped off a lock of hair, closed the door, jogged back to the car. All done in under a minute. Since she intended to dump the car at the airport, she didn't care if anyone saw her drive off. After the dump, she took a cab back to Columbus and bought a second-hand luxury SUV for cash. Time for an island holiday, she thought, as she stopped long enough to mail Reed what she intended to be his last card. Over 4th of July week, visitors flooded onto the island. Hotels, B&Bs, and rentals ran at capacity, and strips of beach became a sea of umbrellas, blankets, and beach chairs. In the little park off High Street, the bandshell rang with patriotic music, while kids, and more than a few adults, lined up for face painting, snow cones, and funnel cake. To beat the heat, and there was plenty of it, people bobbed, swam, floated in the water. Boats glided in and out of the marina, white sails rising, motors humming. The air smelled of sunscreen, peanut oil fries, sugar, and summer. Reed worked 12-hour shifts and realized that, without the little problem of a serial killer, he'd have enjoyed every minute of it. In the winter, the island held the quiet, peaceful beauty of a snow globe. In the spring, it bloomed and awakened. But in the summer, it burst bright with sound and color and crowds and clashing music. Like a daily carnival, he thought. And with summer, 2 ferries ran, one disgorging cars and pedestrians at the island dock, while the second loaded up departures and sailed them back into reality. On the 4th, as he did every day he could manage it, he watched the ferry dock, watched cars, trucks, campers, people spill off. Beside him, Simone scanned faces as he did.
You think she'll come today?
I think today's the biggest influx of people, and it's a good day to slip through. The ferry operation has people at both docks looking for a lone female, and I've got 2 deputies down there.
He lifted his chin toward the cruiser.
They've spotted a few since June, and all of them checked out. The marina's doing the same with private boats and charters.
But a lot of people.
Yeah. On the other hand, she's smart enough to know that we'd look and look hard on the holiday weekend and the 4th. If I'm her, I wait.
Like you're waiting for the next card.
No mail service on the 4th.
He watched the last passenger, a minivan loaded with kids, drive down the ramp.
Barney and I have to go to work.
You could deputize me.
Can't afford you.
He gave her a kiss.
I'd feel better if you stayed out of the crowds today. You said you and Cece avoid most of it anyway, and watch the fireworks tonight from the patio. Just do what you always do.
I'd feel better if you did that with us. He tapped the chief on his cap. With the parade, the park, and the beach activities, the general craziness in the village, she could be anywhere, Reed. She could, God, get you in the crosshairs from a window in the Overlook Hotel.
She won't come at me that way. She won't. It's personal. She needs to see my face, needs to look in my eyes and have me look in hers. And she needs to get away with it. Trust me.
I am. She gripped his hands. I'll wait for you.
At Cece's. Stay there tonight. I'll be there after the fireworks. She's not here yet. Maybe some of Cece's a little bit psychics rubbing off, but she's not here yet.
It didn't stop him from searching crowds, picking out women, watching for someone watching him. After the long day, he stood with the crew of volunteer firefighters and watched the sky fill with color, listened to air ringing with blasts like gunfire. Not yet, he thought, as people cheered. But soon. Chapter 28. She came 3 days later, sliding the second-hand SUV into the line waiting at the mainland dock. Like many who waited, she stepped out of her car to wander. She'd let her own hair grow to her shoulders, colored it a beachy blonde. She'd used self-tanner religiously over the past few weeks, and with careful layers of makeup, she'd achieved a healthy glow. Under big, stylish sunglasses, contacts turned her eyes into bluebells. And under her breezy blue summer dress, one with short sleeves to hide the scar under her armpit, she wore a fake baby belly filled to simulate a woman at about 20 weeks. On the third finger of her left hand, she sported an impressive wedding set, cubic zirconia, but sparkly enough to pass for real. She'd sprung for a good mani-pedi, French for class, and carried a Prada summer bag to go with her sandals. She looked like a polished young pregnant woman of some means. She spotted the pair of hikers, man and woman, sitting on their packs while they waited to board. Young, too, she thought, and the woman looked hot and tired. She wandered over, a hand on her fake baby as she'd observed pregnant women did.
Hi. I hope you don't mind if I ask if you know any easy, really easy, hiking trails on Tranquility? My husband's a serious hiker, and when he gets here later in the week, he's going to be all about it. I'm just not up for the serious hikes.
She smiled as she said it, rubbing that bump.
Sure, the woman answered Patricia's smile. You can get a map at the information center back there. You can get them on the island, too, the man told her. The ones at the info centers are free, but they have better ones at some of the shops. They don't cost much, I guess.
He got a map out of his pack.
We can show you a couple nice, easy beach hikes. The one out to the lighthouse is a little longer and tougher, but it's worth it.
Great. Mostly, I just want to sit on the beach, read, watch the water, but Brett loves to hike. Where are you coming from?
She chatted them up. She, Susan, call me Susie, Breen, had driven up from Cambridge. Her husband, Brett, had been called out of town suddenly on business, but she was happy to have a couple of days to get the cottage, one they'd rented for 6 wonderful weeks, ready, lay in supplies, have that time to sit and read and watch the water. They, Marcus Tidings and Lisa Hopp, chatted right back.
Say, why don't I give you a ride over? I have to pay for the car anyway, and they don't charge for passengers. It would save you the pedestrian fee. Plus, I can take you into the village, at least as far as the rental office where I have to pick up my keys.
Grateful, they walked to her car before Patricia realized she'd missed changing plates at the rest stop with the Massachusetts plates on a Subaru. Smiling as she cursed herself for the slip, she came up with a cover story. Borrowed her brother's car. But her friendly hikers didn't notice as she chatted. She told Lisa to sit in the front with her so she didn't feel like a taxi driver. They embarked, a group of 3, having hung out at the rail on the trip over. When Patricia drove off at Tranquility Dock, the deputies on ferry duty didn't look twice at the SUV with Ohio plates, carrying 3 passengers and a cargo space full of luggage. As Patricia stopped at the rental office for her keys and welcome package, Simone used a blowtorch to heat the bronze until it turned gold. She brushed ferric nitrate over Reed's hair, over Barney, over areas she wanted hints of red and gold to shimmer with the bronze. She'd used silver nitrate on the sword. On the collar, she'd given Barney to bring out a silvery gray patina. The work would take hours, but she considered it an improvement on the ancient method of burying the bronze to oxidize it. And this gave her control, allowed her to highlight, add a kind of movement and life. She'd worked and studied with patineurs in Florence and New York to learn the art, the science, the techniques. For this, a piece that had become so intimate to her, she called on all she had, asked herself for more. When she paused in the work, she walked her studio, drinking water, clearing her mind. And she studied the faces on her shelf. More now. Throughout the finishing of the bronze, she'd taken breaks, worked on those faces. The last one she'd completed looked back at her with wide, smiling eyes. Trent Woolworth, The boy she'd loved, as a young girl loves. He'd never had a chance to become a man. She'd thought he'd broken her heart, but he'd barely pricked it. She knew that now, and felt for him only regret and grief. She'd join his face with the others, all the others, and cast them in bronze as she had Reed. Cupric nitrate, she thought, for the subtle and beautiful greens and blues to mirror the water. She could do this, would do this, not only because she'd finally found it inside her, but because the man she did love helped her open the rest. She put on her gloves, turned back to the sculpture of Reed. Hours later, her shoulders stiff from the final steps of sealing, waxing and buffing, she went down to Cece's studio. Through the glass, she saw her grandmother at her framing station, so she walked in. "I wondered if you'd surface." "So did I, but Oh, Cece, I love it! Reed's house! The lupins like a sea of color, the woods, the light! Fairies in the woods, just a hint of them in that dappled shade," she murmured. "And Reed standing on the widow's walk with Barney. With me." "That's how I see it. I'm going to give this to him, and, as I see it, you, for Christmas. You'll be living with him by then, unless my granddaughter's an idiot, which she's not. I think this would work in the master bedroom. It's perfect. You're perfect." She took Cece's hand. "Can you stop for a minute, come outside? If there's an adult beverage involved, I can. That can be arranged." "Give yourself and Reed a break," Cece said as they walked out and across to the patio. "Go to his place tonight. You've both been working crazy hours. You're both tense, waiting for that next shoe to drop since that last ugly card arrived. Go, crack a bottle of wine and have a lot of sex." "I'm on that same path because, you see, I finished him." Cece's breath caught. The artist and grandmother felt her heart soar. Oh, Simone. She walked to the counter where it stood in the late afternoon light. It has life, a pulse, a soul, and more. Oh, the patina. Such light and depth and movement. The detailing, the flow. She let the tears burning her throat free. "Get me that wine, baby, and a tissue. I'm overwhelmed." She took a breath, moved around the sculpture as Simone opened a bottle. "Years ago, back in Florence, at your first show, your use of Tish, your emergence, grabbed me just this way, brought me to tears this way. You do beautiful work, Simone, some of it stunning. But this, like emergence, has your heart and soul in every line, curve, angle." She took the glass, the tissue. "He's magnificent. He breathes. You won't have to tell him you love him when you show him this. Unless he's an idiot, which he's not." "I'm ready to tell him." "Then go do it." Cece drew Simone close. "Go get your man." In her beach cottage, Patricia used the second bedroom for weapons. Guns and ammo, a night vision scope, poisons, syringes, knives. Her HQ, she thought. She would put up maps of town, document her target's routines, his close associates. She'd learn where he drank his beer, ate his lunch, who he fucked. She'd keep the door locked, tell the housekeeper her husband was territorial about his office space. No entry allowed. She set men's toiletries in the master bathroom, put men's clothes in the master bedroom closet, the dresser. Later in the stay, she'd leave men's shoes here and there and other items carelessly tossed around. She set out a copy of What to Expect When You're Expecting, which she'd dog-eared and marked up in advance. Hiking gear that read male, a bottle of top-shelf gin, which she'd pour out into the sink a bit now and then, her unblended scotch, which she'd drink herself, a couple bottles of fancy wines and craft beers, the food supplies she'd bought at a stop at the market. Satisfied, she went out for her first stroll through the village. Easy to mix and meld with groups and crowds. Simple to wander into a shop and buy a few trinkets, including a pair of bathing trunks and a Light of Tranquility t-shirt she told the shopkeeper her husband would love. She spotted Reed within a half hour, holding a dog on a leash while he, from the looks of it, gave a bunch of people some directions. "You've come down low, big shot detective," she thought. She didn't follow him directly. She strolled, crossed the street, window shopped. But she kept an eye on him all the way back to his rinky-dink police station, and considered it a good start. After Simone's text, Reed decided for once he could go home before dark. Maybe the day only seemed quiet after the craziness of the holiday, but it was quiet enough. He walked Barney toward home. The itch between his shoulder blades had him circling a little, scanning a lot, but he saw nothing and no one that drew his attention.
Can't let the waiting psych us out, Barney. Take it a day at a time.
Seeing Simone's car parked in front of the house lifted him up. Seeing her sitting on the porch, sipping wine, finished the job. "You're early."
Pretty quiet today. The chief of police is taking the night off.
"That's handy. So am I. I've missed nights off with you." She pulled a chew bone out of her pocket. "And you too, Barney."
Just sit right there. I'm going to get a cold beer and we'll sit a while.
"Actually, I have something to show you." She took his hand. "And things to say," she added as she drew him inside. She'd found a stand for it at the flea market, knowing he'd appreciate that sentiment too. It stood in the entryway, a statement to her mind. He'd protect all within. And there, the bronze caught the early evening light just as she wanted. He stared, speechless, and she saw on his face what she'd hoped to see. The stunned wonder changed to something else when he looked at her. No, she thought. He wasn't an idiot. And still cautious.
I need a second. Or an hour. Or a month. It's hard to take in. I don't know why I never expected when I've seen your work.
It's different when it's you.
That, yeah, but
he just couldn't wrap his brain around it.
You put Barney in it.
I thought at first I'd use a woman or a child, and then I watched you with him with you, saw how his trust in you has changed his life, his world, like mine for you has changed mine.
It's the most amazing thing. You made me look
exactly as you are, she interrupted. Every hour I spent on this work showed me more and more of who you are, more of who I am, and we are. I didn't fall in love with you during the work. She laid a hand on his heart. You can give Barney some credit for when I did. How I fell when I saw you the first time with him, washing that poor, skinny, scared dog, laughing when he soaked you and licked at your face. I fell realizing you had that inside you. He closed his hand over hers.
Say it, okay? I don't care if he gets the credit. I'll buy him caviar milk bones. But I really want you to look at me, Simone. Look at me and say the words.
This is who you are to me. She touched the sculpture. This is who you are, she repeated, pressing her other hand on his heart. This is the man I love. You're who I love. He lifted her to her toes, then an inch higher, capturing her mouth as she hung suspended, holding it as he brought her down.
Don't ever stop.
I cast your heart and mine together in bronze. That's forever. She gripped him tight, pressed her face to his shoulder. You waited for me. You waited until I could tell you.
Waiting's over.
He took her mouth again, circled her toward the stairs.
Come with me. Be with me. I need...
His phone went off.
Fuck. Just fuck.
He yanked it out.
Yeah, it better be.
His eyes went flat, cold.
Where? Anybody hurt? Okay, I'm on my way. Sorry, damn it.
I'll come with you.
No, cop business.
What cop business?
Somebody shot through the window of a cabin up on Forest Hill.
Oh my God.
Nobody's hurt. Cecil's already there, but I need to go.
Be careful.
Probably some asshole trying to shoot a deer and probably long gone. Let's go, Barney. I'll be back.
He caught Simone's face in his hands, kissed her.
When Reed arrived at the cabin, one neatly tucked into the inland woods, Cecil walked out. Hey, Chief. I heard the dispatch go out when I was on my way home, so I radioed Donna I'd take it since I was close. What have we got? Family from Augusta renting the cabin for a week. Couple and 2 kids. They're having some ice cream, talking about going for a walk and hear a shot, a sort of pop, and breaking glass. This window here.
He walked Reed over to examine a side window with a hole and radiating cracks from it in the glass.
Hit a lamp inside, too, Cecil told him. The wife grabbed the kids up, kept them down and away from the windows. The husband called 911. He looked around out here some after, but didn't see anything.
Reed examined the damaged window, turned to study the trees and the shadows deepening in them with dusk. Inside, he spent some time soothing nerves and tempers before hunkering down by the broken lamp. Avoiding the shards from the globe, he pulled out a penlight, shined it under a chair, and came up with a BB. While he soothed, reassured, apologized to the frazzled family, Patricia watched the cabin through field glasses. She'd noted Reed's response time, the make, color, tags of his car for future reference. When he stepped out again, she lifted the BB rifle onto her shoulders, softly said, "Bang," and laughed.
No island kid's stupid enough to shoot a BB gun like that, Chief. It has to be some dumb shit summer kid. We're going to go by all the cabins and cottages in this area, see if we can find a dumb shit. I appreciate the overtime, Cecil. Oh, that's no problem.
They split up to handle it, but Reed's thoughts kept circling. A small cabin, he thought. 4 people inside. But the pellet hits in an area no one's near at that time. And Bullseye's a lamp. Maybe a dumb shit. Maybe not so dumb. For the next week, Reed dealt with a rash of petty vandalism. Spray-painted obscenities on the window of the Sunrise, flower pots stolen right off the porch of the mayor's house, 3 cars keyed while their owners enjoyed dinner at the water's edge, all 4 tires of another slashed as it sat in front of a rental overlooking the South Inlet. He sat in the mayor's office as Hildy unloaded.
You have to put a stop to this, Reed. Every damn day it's something else, and it's not the usual sum of problems. I'm spending most of my time on the phone dealing with complaints. If this keeps up, it's going to cost us revenue and damage our reputation. Dobson's making noises about writing up a petition to have you removed as chief. You need to handle this.
We're doing full island loop patrols on foot, in cruisers. I added night patrols. We're on 24 hours.
And still can't catch some nasty kids.
If we were dealing with nasty kids, we would have. This is too smart for that.
He rose, went to the map on her wall, tapped various points.
Every sector's had a hit of some kind. That means whoever's doing it needs to have a car or bike, and the time frames are all over the clock.
You think this isn't some nasty bored kid or kids,
but a deliberate attempt to undermine the island?
Something like that. I'm going to shut it down, Mayor. This is my home, too.
As Reed walked back to the station, he couldn't blame Hildy for the anger. He had plenty of his own. He couldn't blame her for the shaky faith in him, as he believed that was one of the purposes of the vandalism. Hit every point of the island, he thought. See how he responded, how long it took, where he went, how he got there. Not bored kids, he thought. Hobart. And she was stalking him. He'd checked the rental offices, the B&Bs, the hotel. No single check-ins. But she'd found a way around that because he knew she was on the island. and watching him. He ran through the content of the last card, number 4. A sympathy card this time. Why be subtle?
Enjoying the summer, asshole? Soak up those rays because you're going to spend a lot of time in the cold and dark. I won't come to your funeral, though all those tears would be delicious. But I'll come back and spit on your fucking grave. My luck's in. Yours is running out. It's time to die. XXOO, Patricia.
Pretty direct, he thought, but what had interested him more had been the scrawling handwriting and the pressure of the pen on the card. She'd written this one while riding hard on emotion, and she hadn't been as clever with the rental car she'd used for her last kill. Not when they'd tracked it down with GPS within an hour of that kill. He had to leave it to the feds to track down if she'd taken a cab or bus from the airport, rented another car, bought one. Maybe she'd already had one waiting in the lot. But whatever she'd driven out of Ohio, she'd driven onto the ferry in Portland and onto the island. Because she was here. Patricia opened the door to the twice-a-week housekeeper in a robe, her wet hair slicked back.
Oh my, we overslept.
I can come back.
No, please, it's fine. We wouldn't want to throw you off schedule. My husband's still in the shower, but maybe you can start in the loft? He told me to tell you thanks for offering to at least vacuum in his office, but it's fine.
She rolled her eyes.
I swear, he thinks about his work like state secrets or whatever. I'm going to get dressed. You're welcome to make yourself some coffee. I sure miss being allowed that 1 cup a day.
She patted her belly as she crossed the living area to the master. She opened the door to let the sound of the shower she'd left running spill out before she closed it again. As she dressed, capris and a pink t-shirt, fancy hiking boots, she held a conversation with no one, added some laughter, opened and closed drawers, the closet door. She inspected the room, bed tumbled on both sides, a spy thriller and a nearly empty glass of wine on one nightstand, a historical romance and teacup on the other. A man's belt slung over the back of a chair. Damp towels in the bathroom. 2 toothbrushes, bristles damp. Male and female toiletries. Satisfied, she opened the door, looked back over her shoulders.
Yes, Brett, I'm coming. Go ahead. We're going for a walk, Kaylee, she called out to the housekeeper. You can do the bedroom any time. Have fun. Oh, we will. We love it here. I'm just getting my water bottle and pack, honey.
Men, she said for the benefit of the housekeeper in the loft above.
So impatient.
She left by the opposite door and decided she'd take a stroll to the house a little chatter and gossip had revealed belonged to the chief of police. A long hike for a pregnant woman, she thought with a smirk. But she felt up to it. For the next few days, the vandalism eased off, making most conclude the troublemaker's vacation had ended and they'd gone off-island. Reed didn't buy it. She's still here. Reed drank a Coke on Cece's patio, while the sun set like glory at water's edge. She's smart enough to know screwing around could get her caught with the extra patrols, but she's still getting the rhythm. He turned to them, these women he loved. You could do me a big favor. Get on the ferry in the morning, take a trip somewhere. She won't leave you, Cece said. I won't leave either one of you. Ask for something else. If you were off somewhere, he persisted, Florence or New York.
Reed,
Simone interrupted. Damn it, staying just means I have to worry about you. She's gearing up. It's no goddamn coincidence she's here. And she's here when we're coming up on the 13th anniversary of Down East. She slipped it in the card. My luck's running out, hers is coming in. Unlucky 13. It's less than a week, and I don't need the two of you scattering my focus out of sheer, wrong-headed female stubbornness. You're in my way. He didn't shout, and his deliberate tone added edgy barbs to every word. So get out of it and let me do my goddamn job. That's not going to work either, Cece said, cool and calm. Trying to pick a fight, make us mad, isn't going to change a thing. But damn good try. Look, this isn't... I hid before, Simone interrupted.
Bullshit!
Now he did shout, and had Barney bellying under a table.
Don't start that bullshit with me.
I did hide. I'm not saying it wasn't the right thing to do, because it was. But it's not the right thing now, and it would strip away what it took me years to build back up again.
Simone.
At wit's end, he pulled off his cap, dragged a hand through his hair.
I swore I'd keep you and Cece safe.
You said you want to start a life with me. This is our life. You think she'll try to do this on the 22nd?
He'd try calm reason again. I think that makes a circle for her, yeah. I think she knows damn well you and I are together, and if she can take me out, she'll come for you. Not you first, he said. You're still higher on the chain than me. And she'll want to eliminate the biggest threat. I'm the cop with a gun. You're not. If the two of you went off island until after the 22nd, I wouldn't have to factor your safety into the mix.
For me and Cece, not to be safe means she'd have eliminated you. You won't let that happen. You won't let that happen, Simone repeated, rising and moving to him. Because you know if she kills you, she'll kill me. Maybe not now, but sooner or later. And you won't let her. I believe that. Trust that absolutely. Besides, she framed his frustrated face with her hands. I have too much to do to go off to Florence or New York or anywhere else. I have work, and it occurs to me the 23rd's a good time for me to move in with you. I have a lot to pack up.
He dropped his forehead to hers. That's a damn sneak attack.
The 23rd, Reed, because you'll have ended this. I'm moving in. Cece, you'll come to dinner. I'll bring champagne. I'll need to keep my studio here until Reed and I finalize the design and plans for my workspace at our house. It's always here for you, my clever, clever girl. That day, the 23rd, it's going to be a symbol for us, she told him. A reminder that whatever terrible things happen, we're together. I think this calls for a big pitcher of sangria. Reed shook his head at Cece.
I can't. I've got to get back. Stay here, he told Simone. I'll be back as soon as I can. Come on, Barney, we're not going to get anywhere with these two. Cast in the same damn mold.
That's why you love us, Cece called as Reed walked out. I'm proud of you, Simone. I'm terrified.
Me too.
As Reed completed another patrol, Patricia sat in her war room, sipping a gin and tonic, heavier on the gin as time passed. It felt like a waste to pour it down the sink. And the gin made a nice change of pace from scotch. A couple of drinks, or 3, helped her sleep. How was she supposed to sleep without a little help when her mind was so full, so busy? It wasn't like her father. She didn't get drunk, did she? It wasn't like her mother. She wasn't using the booze to wash down pills. She just needed a little help to calm her mind. Nothing wrong with that. So, sipping gin, she studied her maps, her timelines, the photos taken with her phone. The fact that 2 of her top targets were lovebirds both infuriated and delighted her. They didn't deserve even an hour of happiness. But then again, she would slit their happiness at the throat and watch it bleed dry. And with a little more time, she still had a little more time, to observe the bitch, maybe she'd kill 2 birds with 1 stone. On the other hand, she thought as she rose to pace, she'd always planned to take out the bitch who'd called the cops last. She still had a half-dozen targets on her board, leading up to the cunt cop who'd killed JJ, then finishing it off with the interfering little bitch who'd hidden like a coward. She'd come this far following the plan, she assured herself, and had the cops and FBI running in circles. She should stick with the plan. If JJ had stuck with the plan... It hadn't been his fault, she thought, wrapping a restless fist on her thigh as she paced and sipped, paced and sipped. Simone Knox killed JJ, and she wouldn't forget it. So maybe if, and only if, the opportunity fell into her lap, she'd take the bitch out early. Otherwise, she picked up her gun, aimed it at Reed's picture.
It's just you and me, asshole. And taking you out? Yeah, that's going to break your little whore's heart. And the cunt cops, too. Delicious tears. That works for me.
Chapter 29. Sometimes the gin and tonic, the pacing, the planning, didn't work. To relax, to calm the increasing busyness of her mind, Patricia indulged in her favorite late-night pastime. In the beach cottage she'd grown to hate and planned to burn to the ground before she left the island, with the doors locked, curtains drawn, Patricia switched to Scotch on the Rocks and watched her video. It enthralled and entertained her no matter how often she viewed it. She looked good. Damn good. Long gone was the fat girl with pimples and bad hair who'd sat in her room watching TV and learning how to hack. In fact, she looked amazing, trim and fit in the camera-friendly red dress she'd chosen. Body conscious, they called it, she mused as she started it over from the beginning. Flawless makeup, but her. No contacts to change eye color, no appliances, no wig. All Patricia. She looked better than that hack reporter, that's for sure. Younger, stronger, and damn it, prettier, too. Maybe she should have taken the time to press out the suit McMullen wore. It looked like she'd, slept in it. But it didn't matter. Patricia Hobart was the star, just as she was meant to be. Gone was the girl who'd dreamed of being important, who'd curled up in the dark and imagined killing the boy who'd dubbed her Patty the Porker, the girl who'd stolen her panties and pinned them to the elephant, her mother, her grandparents, the perfect families she saw in the mall. Dreaming of killing all of them. All of them. All of them. Crunching on sour cream and onion chips. A well-earned reward, just this one time, she listened to herself. How clearly she told her story. Told the world how mistreated and abused she'd been. Her parents, her grandparents, teachers, fucking bullying kids. She laughed, as she always did, when she got to the part about the asshole kid taking that header off the bike she'd rigged, busting up his face. How she wished he'd broken his neck. See how smart she'd been? She'd been born smarter than anyone else. The video proved it. And look how fascinated McMullen looked. Hear that awe in her voice? She'd known she'd been outclassed. She understood what kind of brains, what kind of will it took to accomplish all Patricia Hobart had accomplished. Too bad McMullen had started babbling, had shown herself to be what she'd always been. Just another opportunist looking to get rich, to get in front of the cameras and brag.
Too bad you pissed me off,
Patricia muttered, pouring another finger of scotch before she fast-forwarded to the kill. Her only regret there? She hadn't thought to step out, move into camera range. She'd have enjoyed watching herself raise the gun and fire. But McMullen made up for it, made her laugh again.
There it is. Shocked face and bang, bang, bang!
Howling with laughter, she grabbed more chips.
Talk about a ratings bonanza! But not for you.
No, not for you, she thought as she went back. Chose the clip. One where she was the star. One where she told the frigging world that before her 15th birthday she'd had the brains, the skills, the freaking vision to begin to plan a mass shooting the size and scope of Down East. She studied it again, and once again, nodding, pleased with her own clarity, approving what she thought of as the stunned admiration on McMullen's face. There, only a scant mile and a quarter from Reed's home, she hacked into some dumb shit in Nashville's Facebook account, attached the video to his wall. Just the start, she thought, and decided she deserved another drink. After the 22nd, after she, again, shot the sheriff, she'd send another clip to the FBI. With satisfaction, she looked up at her wall of targets, pointed a finger.
Then, Chaz Four Eyes Bergman, you're up.
She lifted the scotch to toast him.
New York, here I come.
She started the video over, watched it all again. I'm so glad you came. In her studio, Simone clung to me. I wish you didn't have to go so soon. One day isn't enough.
I'll see you at Nari's wedding in September. You and Cece. You'll bring Reed.
I will. Then you'll come for Nat's wedding in October.
Absolutely. And I'll be back in December for Cece's big bash. A 1, 2, 3. But come with me, Sim. I have to ask again. You and Cece come back to Boston with me for a few days.
You know why I can't. Reed shouldn't have asked you to try to persuade me.
He loves you. I love you.
I know. It's why he asked and why you came. I love him, so I can't go. I love you, so you have to.
That wouldn't make me. But he made me swear I'd be on that ferry back to the mainland with or without you.
In frustration, Mee jammed her hands in her pockets.
I shouldn't have given him my word. Tomorrow's the 22nd. Why wasn't it enough for her, Sim? All that death her brother caused wasn't enough.
It was always her underneath it all. I think he was just a defective weapon. Reed says she's devolving, making mistakes. Jesus, Mee, she put that video clip on Facebook. She needed attention so much, she risked hacking an account and putting it out there.
But they haven't traced the hack yet.
They will. But Reed's going to stop her whether they trace it or not.
I've never known you to believe in anyone but Cece the way you do him.
And you.
13 years,
Mee said with a sigh, turning to the shelves holding the faces of the lost.
What you're doing here matters so much. People forget. Then there's another nightmare, followed by another. And still, after the grief and outrage, people forget. No one can forget when they look at what you're doing.
I tried to forget.
But you never did. And Tiffany?
Carefully, Mee took down the bust.
Still right here.
To remind me that everyone who survived July 22nd carries the scars. But we survived, Mee. We can remember those who didn't and still treasure the life we have. Tiffany didn't intend to give me the gift of that insight, but she did. So I'll keep her face in my studio as a thank you. Mee replaced the bust.
You haven't done Tish.
I want to do her last. She means more to me than anyone else, so I need to finish it with her.
I still miss her. Will you do me a favor? No, I'm not going to push you to leave,
Mee said when Simone tensed.
When you're ready to start Tish's bust, will you let me come? I know you don't like anyone in your space when you're working, but I'd like to be here.
I can do better. When I'm ready, you'll help me. We'll do it together.
You always said as an artist, I made a good scientist.
So true, Simone smiled. But we'll do it together. Now I'm kicking you out so you don't miss the ferry.
If anything happens to you,
positive thoughts. She took Mee's hand, led her out.
Maybe she's not here. Not on the island. That's a positive negative.
Cece came in from her studio as they walked down the stairs. It's nearly sunset. How about drinks to toast day's end? Mee has to go.
I could stay for a drink.
And miss the ferry.
I'll take the next one.
You're stalling, Simone said. You gave your word.
I shouldn't have.
Annoyed with herself, Mee picked up her purse. She'd caught the first available plane after Reed's call, hadn't even packed a bag. Now she sighed.
He thought I'd just phone you, and he put the hammer down on me when I said I was coming. He's sneaky and smart. I really like him, Simone. I really like him.
Me too. You'll have more time to get to know him when you come back. We'll have time to show you the house, and by then finalized plans for my studio. More time, she added as she walked Mee to the door.
I want you to text me tomorrow. Every hour.
If that's what it takes. We're going to look out for each other. Cece kissed me goodbye. You come back soon.
I feel like I'm abandoning you,
Me said, as Simone walked her to the car she'd rented in Portland. You're not. You're trusting me. This island's always given me shelter when I needed it. That's not going to change. Text me when you land in Boston.
And tomorrow, every hour on the hour, Sim.
I promise. Simone watched her drive off, turned back to the house. She caught the movement, stopped, saw the woman walking along the quiet road hesitate. Can I help you? Simone asked.
Oh, no. Well, I'm sorry. I was just admiring the house. It's so beautiful, so unique.
The woman laid a hand on the swell of a baby bump, adjusted her sunglasses.
I'm being nosy, she said with a sheepish smile. I heard in the village a famous artist lives here, and I wanted to see it from up here. I've seen it from the beach. Are you a famous artist? Cece Lennon, the lady in the gallery, said.
It happened several times a summer. An off-islander wandering by, often taking photos of the house and hoping to catch a glimpse of Cece Lennon. So Simone smiled. My grandmother. Blonde hair, Simone noted, with a floppy-brimmed sun hat over it. A backpack, expensive hiking shoes, a pink t-shirt that read, Bun in the Oven, and well-toned athletic legs in mid-thigh khaki shorts.
I bet my husband will know her work. Brett's the art buff. I can't wait to tell him. We're here on vacation for a few weeks from Columbus.
No, Simone thought, because there was too much Maine in the voice for Ohio. Columbus, where another survivor had been shot, and the postmark on the last card. I hope you're enjoying your stay. Simone took a step back toward the house. She saw it now, despite the dark glasses, the hat, the mound of belly. She saw it in the jawline, the profile, the shape of the ears. She knew faces.
Oh, so much. It's our pre-baby vacation. Do you live here too?
The island's my home. Another step back, another, a reach behind for the doorknob. She knew faces, she thought again, and saw the change. In the flash of a moment, they recognized each other. She bolted inside as Patricia dragged at her pack. She locked the door, leaped toward a stunned Cece. Run, she said. Reed briefed his men again, gave his thanks to the pair of FBI agents Jacoby had sent him. Then he went out to walk the village, the beach. He intended to walk home, keeping visible. Maybe, just maybe, he'd draw Hobart out, he thought. He saw Bess Tricks through the glass door of Island Rentals, decided to give that another shot.
Chief, Barney, she shook her head. The answer's the same as always. And look, Kaylee can back that up. She does a lot of the cottages and cabins, and along with Hester, supervises the rest of the housekeeping crew.
Okay, let's try this. Have you had anyone? Eliminate families, people with kids. Anyone who strikes you as strange? Or that one of the crews told you about that strikes them? Kaylee rolled her eyes, bent down to pet Barney.
Chief, if I start on the strange with summer people, we'd be here till next Tuesday. There's the 4 friends out in windsurf who pay for 3 times a week, and I know damn well are swapping partners about as often. Ah, now, Kaylee. It's the God's truth, Bess. You can ask Hester. We cleaned that one together.
She wound the tip of her braid around her finger as she got into the gossip.
Then there's the couple easily going on 80 who want daily and go through a bottle of vodka between them every 24. There's the guy who keeps the second bedroom locked up and the shades pulled on the windows. The wife says it's his office, and I have to wonder what kind of work a man does that has him lock everything up.
He keeps the door locked to that bedroom?
Well, now, Chief, you've got an off-limits room in your place.
I don't lock the door.
I guess you're more trusting. I won't, or Hester either, go poking in.
But he locks the door.
He does, and works a lot, it seems. That doesn't stop him from going through a goodly amount of scotch and gin.
Expensive stuff. Wine and beer on top of it.
Is he on his own?
With his wife. And I'm going to say he's got a nice-looking young wife, too, but they haven't cuddled up, if you get me, since they got here. The person who changes your sheets knows. Kaylee. Well, he's asking about Strange, Bess, and that's strange. Makes you wonder how the wife got pregnant in the first place. He tosses clean clothes in the hamper, which is better than the group at the...
Let's stick with the couple and... Where's the pregnant woman and the secretive husband?
Oh, that's the Serenity. It's tucked back in there, got nice views from the deck off the loft, but it's a walk to the beaches in the village. Some want more quiet and privacy,
Bess pointed out.
Some do. He likes hiking, and doesn't he make that poor woman go with him? And if he's not dragging her off to hike, he's closed up in his office, at least on the days I clean.
What's he look like?
Reed asked her.
She wound the tip of her braid around her finger again, frowned.
Well, I couldn't say now that you ask. I haven't laid eyes on him.
Every muscle in Reed's back tensed.
You've never actually seen him?
I have to say I haven't, since you ask. I guess that's strange, too. He's been in the shower or the bedroom or that other bedroom whenever I've come by. Then they head out for a hike. I always start that place in the loft, and I'm done before they get back.
Pull up the booking,
he told Bess.
Have you met him?
He asked her.
I don't think so. He made the booking online. If I remember right, she picked up the keys and package because he'd been delayed a couple days. I've seen her around, but here it is. Brett and Susan Breen, Cambridge, Mass. Well, now that's strange, too, Kaylee said. Their car, a nice silver SUV, has Ohio plates.
Make, model, year,
Reed demanded.
How am I to know?
I don't know the year, Bess put in,
but it's a Lincoln. My brother has one. I saw it when she came in. It's silver, like Kaylee said, and it's pretty new, I'd say.
Describe her,
Reed snapped at Kaylee.
She's young and pretty in a made-up sort of way. I've never seen her not made up, even with her hair still wet from the shower. Can't be more than around 26 or so. Blonde hair, and I guess about my height. I think her eyes are blue, but I haven't seen that much of her either. Like I said, they go out when I'm there. She's pregnant, that's a fact.
Not necessarily, Reed thought. He yanked out a card.
Call this number. Tell Special Agent Jacoby I need a full run on those names.
The FBI?
Now.
He rushed out, yanked out his radio.
Maddie, I might have something. I want you and Cecil to meet me at the Serenity beach rental. Don't approach, just watch. I'm getting my car and I'm on my way.
He beat them there. No car in the drive, he noted. No lights on in the encroaching dusk. He didn't leash the dog as he circled the house. If trouble came, he wanted Barney to be able to run. Through the windows he studied the great room, the open living, kitchen, dining areas. A pair of men's hiking boots, from the size of them, stood by the door. Funny, he thought. A man who hiked routinely ought to put more wear on his boots. Those looked straight out of the shoebox. A single plate, a single glass, sat on the counter by the sink. He tried the door. Locked. He walked to the bedroom windows. Another solo glass, one side of the bed, and the pillows propped up on only one side. A single towel hanging over the doors of the shower, he noted. The door from the bedroom onto a small deck, also locked. He walked down to the master bath windows, locked, but through them he saw makeup, a lot of it scattered on the vanity counter. Double sinks, with men's toiletries shoved in a pile on the opposite side.
You put on a good show, Patricia, but not good enough.
He tried the back door before rounding the house to the second bedroom windows. He considered the drawn blackout shades, gave the windows a try, found them locked. As he reached in his pocket for his penknife, he heard his deputies pull up.
Get out a bolo on a Lincoln SUV, silver, he ordered. Ohio plates, and a blonde female, mid-20s, she'll look pregnant. Go on around front and do that.
Maddie eyed him, eyed the shaded windows.
Are you planning to jimmy that window, Chief?
Around front, Deputy.
She took out a hefty multi-tool.
This will do the job better and faster than that measly penknife you carry. Is the looks pregnant, Hobart?
We're going to find out.
Reed took the multi-tool. Oh, shit. We're going to break and enter? Without glancing back at Cecil, Reed worked on the window.
Get that bolo in. If I'm wrong about this, we're going to owe a pregnant woman and her paranoid husband an apology. If I'm not, I'm going to be doing a lot of dancing around probable cause.
Not unless you're sloppy with the jimmying. That window was unlocked when we got here,
Maddie said easily.
and the shade opened just enough to see in. Nothing to see, no harm.
Reed eased the window open a couple inches, pushed up the shade.
My turn for holy shit,
Maddie said as she peered in with him. Cecil! Suspect as described is Patricia Hobart. She's armed and dangerous. I want the ferry shut down. Shut down? It doesn't leave the island again until I clear it. Maddie, I want a 3-man team sitting on this house out of sight. Nick, Cecil, and Lorraine's solid. Get that started. The rest of us with our FBI friends are going to start a manhunt.
He pulled out his radio to begin coordinating when his phone rang.
Simone, I need you to...
She's here, at Cece's. The voice, breathless with fear, turned his blood to ice.
I saw her. She's blonde, wearing a fake pregnancy belly. She's...
He heard wind, the whoosh of water, and the breathless fear in her voice.
Where are you?
Running. The beach, the rocks. I heard glass break, but she hasn't come out yet. You need to hurry.
Take cover, stay down, stay quiet. She's at Cece's, he said as he ran for his car. I want everybody to move in there. Nick and Lorraine out here on this house in case she slips through. Shut down the fucking ferry.
As if he sensed urgency and trouble, Barney leaped through the open passenger window, but for once didn't stick his head back out. Cece nearly stumbled when they reached the beach.
You're faster. Go, baby, go. Save your breath. We just have to get to the rocks. Get behind them.
She risked a glance behind.
She'll think we're in the house. She'll have to look through the house first.
Unless she looks out the big windows. Simone gripped the kitchen knife she'd grabbed on the run out.
Run, she thought. Hide. And when there was no choice, fight.
They reached the rocks, crouched down behind them. Water soaked through shoes, over ankles and calves. Spray buffeted and chilled.
Reed's coming. I know, baby.
Winded, Cece struggled to find calming breaths.
You got us out safe and he's coming. Tide's coming in. We're strong swimmers and we may need to swim. She might see our footprints on the beach.
Calmer now, determined to stay that way, Cece shook her head.
It's getting dark. That'll make them harder to spot. If she sees them, if she starts down, I want you to swim out. Swim toward the village. Now you listen, she said when Simone shook her head. I've lived my life and done more than most with it. You do what I tell you. We sink or swim together.
Simone risked a peek over the rocks, ducked down again.
She's on the patio. Keep close to the rocks. The sun's gone down and the moon's not up yet. She can't see us.
Knee-deep now, with the tug and pull of the surf dragging at them. Reed saw the SUV a quarter-mile from Cece's, took a turn at a speed that had his tires screaming nearly as loud as his sirens. Hear that, Patricia? I'm coming for you. She heard them, but she'd already started down the steps to the beach. 911, bitch, she thought on a quick slice of panic. Full fucking circle. She considered making a run. Maybe she could get to her car, but odds were against it. Maybe she shouldn't have had that drink before she walked down to the old hippie freak of an artist's house. She could admit that. And maybe she shouldn't have stood there watching that bitch and her Asian friend. The way they'd hugged and kissed disgusted her. Lesbians, no question. She shouldn't have started talking to Simone fucking Knox. Shouldn't have moved in that close, but she'd gotten caught up. So close. So close. Bang, bang, you're dead. Gone off half-cocked, she thought, just like JJ. No point worrying about that now. She just had to be smart, as always, and she'd finish this just a little ahead of schedule. As the light dimmed, she edged back toward the rise. It would conceal her until the cops, let Quartermain be one of them, got at least halfway down the steps. She'd take them out. Every last one of the half-assed island cops. Take them out, she thought, and unhooked the damp fake belly for more mobility. Use the dark for cover and get to the water. She'd swim to the marina, steal a boat. Pull in somewhere down the coast, jack a car. She'd need to get into one of her bank boxes for cash and IDs, another weapon, but she'd figure it out. She always figured it out. And she would come back one day for the bitch who'd caused this goddamn bullshit. Who'd caused it all. She considered the rocks, wondered if she could make it before the cops came. Wondered if the bitch and the old hippie freak were hiding there. She gathered to sprint. Heard the sirens cut off. "I need to look again," Simone whispered. "I need to see." She had to hear the sirens. She has to know Reed's coming. "I need to see." Simone eased up, strained to see through the encroaching dark. No moon yet, no stars. That in-between slice between night and day. Then she saw him, stepping out onto the patio, gun drawn and sweeping right, left, right again. Her breath came out on a wave of relief, then stopped again when she saw the movement below the house. "Damn it, what's happening?" Cece edged up beside her. "Thank the gods and goddesses there's our hero." "He can't see her. He's coming down for us and he can't see her." "What are you doing? Simone, for God's sake!" Simone dragged herself onto the rocks, kicked off her shoes as the surf tried to pull her back. She made it to her knees and shouted for him. It happened fast, though he'd relive it countless times in slow motion. He heard her, over the whoosh of the water, saw Simone, the silhouette of her kneeling on the rocks. Even as she waved her arms, pointed, Barney exploded with happy barks and raced down the beach steps. At the base, Barney looked right, went into his protective crouch, and quivered. Patricia stepped out and swung left to take her shot. Reed took his first. Hers grazed his shoulder just above the scar. He put 3 in her, center mass. He kept his weapon trained on her as he continued down, kicked her gun away from where it had fallen out of her hand. Conscious, breath coming in pants, she stared at him out of blue eyes glazed with pain and fury. "Don't you die on me, Patricia! Call for an ambulance!" he shouted, as his deputies poured out onto the patio, and more came from the north side of the beach as ordered. "Suspect's down! She's down! I want a couple of you to help get Simone and Cece in the house so they can get warm, get dry." "Chief." Maddie stopped beside him as he knelt down, applying pressure to Patricia's chest wounds. "You're shot." "Not really. I know how that feels. She just nicked me. Thanks to my woman and my fucking moron of a dog, she just nicked me. Keep breathing, Patricia. I want to think of you doing a whole bunch of consecutive lifetimes in a cell. Keep breathing." "Reed." He glanced up at Simone and Cece, both pale, their eyes too dark, both shaking. "I need you to go on up, get on dry clothes. When you can, you're both going to give statements to Maddie and Leon, separately. I'll be there as soon as I can. There's nothing to worry about now." He wanted to grab them both, hold them both, but not with his hands covered in blood. "She shot you. She—" "You're going to make me say it. It's just a flesh wound. I'm okay. Cece needs to get warm and dry. Take Barney, would you? He's a little shaken up, too." "The ambulance is here." Cecil rushed down. "They're heading down now." "Good. Cecil, I want you to unclip my holster, take my weapon until we have all the statements. Maddie's in charge until this is cleared." "No, sir, Chief." "Cecil, that's how it's done. I won't do it. You can fire me, but I won't do it." "He'll have to fire me, too," Maddie put in. "And the rest of us, because none of us are doing that." "Ah, well." Reed straightened, stepping back as the paramedics took over. Chapter 30. Though Maddie corroborated Simone's eyewitness account, as she'd been 10 steps behind Reed, he gave his statement to Leon.
I'm going to ask you to take my weapon. Nope. Deputy Wendell, I'm going to ask you to take the weapon I fired so we keep the chain of evidence clean. I'm not asking you to take over, just to take the weapon, bag it, seal it, label it. I've got a backup in an ankle holster and have had since Memorial Day.
Leon considered, rubbed his chin.
Okay then. You get that arm fixed up, Chief.
Reed gave his statement to the feds, while one of the island doctors stitched him up right in Cece's kitchen. Shutting down the ferry brought me back, so the three women sat together, refusing to budge while the crime scene work went on around them. Jacoby came in, sat across from him. Tranquility Island, huh? Reed had to smile.
Usually. What's the word on Hobart's condition?
They airlifted her to Portland. Your clinic's not equipped for wounds that severe. She's in surgery. I asked your former partner to work with us on that side of the water. She'd like to hear from you when you have a chance and wanted me to tell you she'll contact your family, let them know you're okay.
You're okay for a Fed. My deputy, Leon Wendell, has my weapon, sealed and labeled. 3 shots fired from it. Do you want me to run it through for you?
No, I've got it. We're working on the rental cottage and the car. If she makes it to trial, we've got everything we need. Unless she's got another stash, it looks like she was running low on IDs. Only a couple left at that cottage. It's clear her controls deteriorated since you shot her. The first time. We'll talk again, but I want to say... She rose, held out a hand. It's been a pleasure working with you, Chief.
A pleasure for me too, Special Agent.
Since Maddie wouldn't take over, Reed coordinated his deputies, talked to the mayor when she raced up in a frilly pink tank and a pair of pajama bottoms with starfish all over them. He dealt with the publisher of the Tranquility Bulletin. He'd need to make an official statement and do more dealing with the reporters flooding in from the mainland, but that would wait. Since Essie had reassured his family, he'd followed up with all of them just a little later. Leaving the rest for now, Reed walked over to sit on the coffee table across from Simone, Cece, me.
How are you doing?
He put a hand on Cece's knee first. I'll be better when I can have a couple tokes, but I'm waiting on that until the cops clear out so I don't embarrass the chief of police.
I appreciate it. I'm sorry I wasn't faster. Sorry I didn't find her before she...
Shut up, shut up, shut up. Simone gripped his face, pressed her lips to his, and poured every piece of her heart into the kiss. You did exactly what you promised. So did I. So shut up. I'm going to get you a whiskey, Cece decided.
It's going to have to be coffee for a while yet. Chief on duty.
I'll get it. You sit.
Me rubbed Cece's arm, got up, then leaned over to put her arms around Reed's neck. Just held on.
They're my family,
she told him.
Now so are you.
She straightened to go into the kitchen. These girls are treating me like an old lady, Cece complained. I don't like it, so don't you add to that. When are these cops going to get out of my house? Present company accepted.
It won't take much longer.
He looked back at the broken glass door.
We'll board that up for you.
She nodded. Me wants to call her family. The news is going to get out about this, and while she didn't tell them she was coming, they'll worry about me and Simone. So will Tulip and Ward and Natalie.
You can call your families.
Then I'm going to get a whiskey and do just that. Cece rose. Stop hogging the man for a minute. She leaned into Reed. You're the answer to all my prayers, to all the gods and goddesses. You clear these cops out as soon as you can. I need to white sage my house. And you take Simone home.
We're staying here tonight,
Reed told her. Because I'm an old lady? Deliberately, he brushed Simone aside, whispered in Cece's ear.
You're the love of my life, but I have to settle for her.
When she laughed, Reed kissed her temple.
And because Simone's not moving in until the 23rd, and you're coming to dinner.
I'll accept that. Me? Pour me a whiskey and yourself whatever you're having. Then we'll go upstairs and make these calls. Mine will result in hysterics on the other end, so make that a double. We'll talk in the morning, she told Simone, then smiled at Reed. Over cranberry pancakes and Bloody Marys.
She could still change her mind,
Reed considered, taking the coffee Me brought him. Can we just go outside for a minute? Simone asked.
Sure. I'm still the chief of police. Don't let this spoil this house for you. The beach, any of it.
It won't, Simone told him as they stepped out on the patio, as she took a deep, clear breath. It can't. Lights still shined on the beach below. Cops still did their work. She didn't care. He was here. When they leave, can we take a walk on the beach? She leaned her head on his uninjured shoulder. Our version of a couple of tokes and some white sage?
Let's do that.
You need to call your family.
Essie talked to them so they know I'm okay.
You need to call them. They need to hear your voice. Do it now. I'll wait.
You call yours, I'll call mine.
Cece's already talking to Mom and Dad.
Call your sister.
You're right. Simone drew a breath. You're right. As she spoke to her sister, she heard Reed glossing over some of the details on his end, while he soothed the still anxious Barney with long, easy strokes. She didn't blame him for the glossing over, as she did exactly the same. The hard truths could wait a little longer. She put her phone away, watched the water, waited for Reed.
They're coming out tomorrow,
he told Simone.
I couldn't talk them out of it.
Good, because Natalie's coming out with Harry, and I'm going to bet my parents will too.
I guess we'll have to heat up the grill.
She kissed his bandaged shoulder. And tomorrow you can tell me everything. I caught bits and pieces, but you can tell me everything. Not tonight. Tomorrow. Except I guess it's already tomorrow, but in the morning, after those pancakes.
That's a deal. You saved me. She might have gotten the drop on me again.
I don't think so. I watched it all, and I don't think so. But we can say we saved each other. And he helped, she added, looking at Barney.
Caviar milk bones for life.
With champagne chew bone chasers.
It's the high life for Barney. Sorry.
Reed pulled out his phone.
Jacoby? Yeah.
He blew out a breath.
Yeah. Thanks for letting me know.
He stared at the phone a moment, then put it away.
She didn't make it. Hobart. They called it at 12:38.
July 22nd, Simone added. 13 years to the day. She gripped his hands. Cece would say it's karma, or it's the hand of fate, and she wouldn't be wrong. It's a door closed, Reed, for both of us, and for all the people she meant to hurt just because they lived.
She heard the sirens, had to, but she didn't even try to run. So yeah, it's a door closed.
He turned her hands over, kissed them. She'd scraped them up a little on the rocks.
We're going to take a walk on the beach, he told her, and start the next part of our lives. And since I've already talked you into step 1, the moving in together, I'm going to start talking you into step 2, especially since the door's closed and I'm wounded.
What exactly is step 2?
We need to talk about a few things. You never answered the fancy wedding question. Me, I'm more in favor of simple, but I'm flexible.
Not nearly as much as you pretend. Step 1 hasn't even happened yet.
Today's the day. Plus, ouch, I'm wounded. They're clearing out. Let's take that walk on the beach.
She went down with him. Down the steps she and the most important woman in her life had run down only hours before. Now the moon spread light over the water, spilled its silver onto the rocks that had given her and a woman they both loved shelter. She didn't look at the sand where blood had spilled. Time and wind and rain would wash it away. She would cast the lost in bronze, and they would stay. She would walk with him into tomorrow, and he would stay. They'd tend a house together, and a good, sweet dog, and remember every day as a precious gift. She turned to him. I'm not saying I'm ready for or can be talked into step 2, even though you're wounded.
Blood, needles, stitches.
She touched her lips to his shoulder again. I'm just willing to say, at this time, I like simple. He smiled, kissed her fingers, then walked the beach with her with the dog trotting at his heels. 1 year later. In the park where a 19-year-old Reed Quartermain asked Officer Essie McVie how to become a cop, hundreds gathered. Survivors and loved ones of those lost each held a single white rose with a sprig of rosemary. The mayor of Rock Point gave a short speech under a sky blue with summer, while white gulls winged over the water. Among the gathered, children fidgeted. A baby fussed. Simone took her place, looked out at the faces, the tears already shed. She looked at Reed, standing with his family and hers. Thank you, Ms. Mayor, and thank you to my father, Ward Knox, and my grandmother, the amazing Cece Lennon, for making it possible to place this art in Rock Point Park. Thank you to my mother, Tulip Knox, for helping to arrange this gathering today to unveil it. She'd tried to prepare a speech, to write one out and practice, but everything she'd attempted came off stiff and stilted and, well, prepared. So she did what Cece advised. She said what came to her mind from her heart. I was there, she began, on July 22nd, 14 years ago tonight. I lost a friend, a beautiful girl, she continued, looking toward the Olsen family. A friend I still miss every day, as so many here lost someone they loved and miss every day. For a long time I tried to forget what had happened. Some of you may understand what I mean when I say I tried to pretend it was over and didn't affect my life. I thought I needed to do just that to survive it. But I was wrong, and everyone here, everyone knows that while we have to go on, we can never, should never, forget. You know their faces, the son or daughter, the mother or father, the brother or sister, husband, wife. You know them. I came to know them and hope by knowing them, by honoring them, no one will ever forget. I hope you'll think of this not as a memorial, but a remembrance. I'd like to dedicate this work not only to those we loved and lost, but to all of us. They are, as we are, all connected, but not just by tragedy, by love. She reached out for Reed's hand, waited for Essie and me to take their place on the other side of the drape. Okay. She took a long breath. Okay. Together they lifted the drape. She'd cast the bronze in a graceful curve. More than 100 faces formed it, all connected by twining roses and rosemary. All softly washed in a patina of quiet blues and greens. On the curve of the base, she'd listed all the names, every name in bas-relief. Simone gripped Reed's hand as she heard weeping, and couldn't bring herself to look away from the faces she'd cast to the faces of the weeping. Then she heard Cece's voice, the amazing Cece, begin to sing The Long and Winding Road. Others joined in, hesitantly at first, then more fully if they knew the words. Now she looked and saw hands clasped as Reed clasped hers. She saw people embracing. She saw tears. She saw comfort. When her own tears came, she turned into Reed and found her comfort there. And when the song ended, people came forward. Some reached down to touch a hand to a face. Some came to her to take her hand or to embrace her. Reed brought a woman to her.
Simone, this is Leah Patterson, Angie's mom.
I need you to know. Leah gripped both Simone's hands. I need you to really understand what this means to me. People will know she was here. She lived. Thank you. More than I can say. Then Leah walked over, laid a white rose on the grass at the base as others had. Tulip waited until the crowd thinned before she went to Simone. I'm very proud of you.
We're very proud of you,
Ward said, and kissed her cheek, smiled.
You'd have made a terrible lawyer.
Boy, wouldn't I.
I got 2 good ones in the family.
He glanced back at Harry and Natalie as Natalie ran a hand down the mound of her belly.
And maybe a next generation one in the works.
Ward. Tulip patted his arm, narrowed her eyes at Simone. What color is that hair? Magnificent maroon with golden goddess highlights. I'll never understand it, or you. She drew Simone into a hug. I love you anyway. Ditto. Reed. When Tulip offered a cheek, Reed bent down to kiss it. I don't suppose you can talk my daughter into the 2 of you and my mother joining us at the club for dinner tonight.
We appreciate that, but we have to get back. I'm on duty tonight.
Well, she straightened his tie to her satisfaction, brushed at his lapels. I hope we see you both soon. Reed shook hands with Ward, watched them move off. You took the day and evening off, Simone reminded him.
Grill duty. Let's say goodbye to Essie and her gang, scoop up me and Cece and go home. I've got to ditch this tie.
You go ahead. I'll be there in a minute. I want to talk to Nat first. He made his way to Essie and the baby in the stroller.
Hey there, Ariel.
She gurgled, grinned, waved a pudgy fist, then went back to gnawing on a teething ring.
Where are the men and dogs?
Reed asked her. Over on the swings. Or Dylan is, while Hank deals with him and the dogs.
He sure won Barney over. I appreciate him riding herd while we did all that.
He looked down toward the bench where they'd once sat together.
Sometimes it seems like a lifetime ago. Sometimes like yesterday.
I wouldn't change a single thing from the moment we sat down on that bench.
Me either. Well, maybe getting shot. Except one thing leads to another. Did you get to see Ms. Letitia?
I did.
It was good of her to come.
He looked back at the gentle curve of bronze.
It was good.
It's beautiful, and wrenching, and important. I look at it and I want to hug my kids so tight, and Hank, and everybody I love.
Bring it in,
Reed offered.
Get the gang, come for the rest of the weekend. I'm grilling tonight. Don't say no, go pack some stuff and catch a ferry.
Do you have a clue how much stuff's involved in packing up a baby and a kid?
Not yet. One of these days. Come on, Essie, let's cap this day off with some happy. Kick some sand over what happened on the island a year ago.
She blew out a breath.
You're on.
Great. I'll go get my dog, tell Hank.
Simone waved Natalie off, hooked arms with Cece. Did you plan the Beatles?
No, it just came to me.
It seemed the right song, and it seemed we needed a song. My treasure. She sighed, tipped her head to Simone's as they looked back at the bronze with the flowers spread at its base. I put Tish in the center. I needed to. She was mine. They all became mine, but she was mine first and always. And that's how it should be. I see our Reed heading this way with Barney. I'll get me. It's time to go home. Let him smoke up the grill, put some music on. I want to dance in the sand. I'll dance with you. I just need 1 more minute. It's about damn time. And Cece did a little boogie on the spot. I'm a little bit psychic, she added. Go on. Make him smile. She gave Simone a nudge. With a half laugh, a quick shake of her head, Simone decided her grandmother just might be a little bit psychic. She crossed paths with Reed and the faithful Barney in front of the bronze.
I asked Essie, Hank, and the kids to pack up and head over. I think we need a good party.
I think that's a great idea. Me can bunk with Cece.
That works. Are you ready?
Almost. She took his face. Oh, she knew that face in her hands. I want simple. Maybe a wild party after, but simple for the main event.
I was going to do burgers and...
The smile came, slow.
When? I've got to clear my schedule.
Summer's busy for the chief of police. How about the Saturday after Labor Day? The island's pretty quiet again.
I can do the Saturday after Labor Day.
At Cece's. Nobody throws a wild party like Cece, and she and me are going to be my maids of honor. No black tie, no tails.
Can I begin to tell you how much I love you?
You'll get to that. Cece's going to want one of her Wiccan priestess friends to perform the ceremony. I'd like to let her have that one.
As long as said priestess is licensed to marry, I'm good. Can I start telling you now?
Almost. I want the ceremony part at sunset. I don't want traditional vows, but I do want an exchange of rings. And I want Florence for a honeymoon. She considered, nodded. I think that covers the absolutes. After those, you can have your input.
I can agree to all of that. My only provision at this time and up to the vows, when it's legal, if Cece crooks her fingers and says, "Come on, Reed, let's catch a slow boat to anywhere," you're out.
That's fair. Grinning, he swung her off her feet and in circles while Barney leaped and wagged. Cece put an arm around Mee's shoulders as she watched. You're spooky, Cece. Really good spooky.
Dr. Jung, we're going to throw our girl one hell of a wedding.
She watched through a blur of happy tears as a man she adored whirled her greatest treasure in front of the curve of bronze, the hill of white roses. We hope you have enjoyed our presentation of Shelter in Place by Nora Roberts, performed by January Lavoie. Performance copyright 2018 by Brilliance Publishing, Inc. All rights reserved. For further information concerning this program or other Brilliance audio titles, please call the following toll-free number, 1-800-222-3225, or visit our website at www.brillianceaudio.com. No part of this recording may be played for an audience or reproduced in any form. It may not be streamed, downloaded, broadcast, or copied without written permission. Address all inquiries to Brilliance Audio, P.O. Box 887, Grand Haven, Michigan, 49417.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.
It's a door closed. He turned her hands over, kissed them. She'd scraped them up a little on the rocks. We're going to take a walk on the beach, he told her, and start the next part of our lives. And since I've already talked you into step 1, the moving in together, I'm going to start talking you into step 2, especially since the door's closed and I'm wounded. What exactly is step 2? We need to talk about a few things. You never answered the fancy wedding question. Me, I'm more in favor of simple, but I'm flexible. Not nearly as much as you pretend. Step 1 hasn't even happened yet. Today's the day. Plus, ouch, I'm wounded. They're clearing out. Let's take that walk on the beach. She went down with him, down the steps she and the most important woman in her life had run down only hours before. Now the moon spread light over the water, spilled its silver onto the rocks that had given her and a woman they both loved shelter. She didn't look at the sand where blood had spilled. Time and wind and rain would wash it away. She would cast the lost in bronze, and they would stay. She would walk with him into tomorrow, and he would stay. They'd tend a house together, and a good, sweet dog, and remember every day as a precious gift. She turned to him. I'm not saying I'm ready for or can be talked into step 2, even though you're wounded. Blood, needles, stitches. She touched her lips to his shoulder again. I'm just willing to say, at this time, I like simple. He smiled, kissed her fingers, then walked the beach with her with the dog trotting at his heels. 1 year later. In the park where a 19-year-old Reed Quartermain asked Officer Essie McVie how to become a cop, hundreds gathered. Survivors and loved ones of those lost each held a single white rose with a sprig of rosemary. The mayor of Rock Point gave a short speech under a sky blue with summer, while white gulls winged over the water. Among the gathered, children fidgeted. A baby fussed. Simone took her place, looked out at the faces, the tears already shed. She looked at Reed, standing with his family and hers. Thank you, Ms. Mayor, and thank you to my father, Ward Knox, and my grandmother, the amazing Cece Lennon, for making it possible to place this art in Rock Point Park. Thank you to my mother, Tulip Knox, for helping to arrange this gathering today to unveil it. She'd tried to prepare a speech, to write one out and practice, but everything she'd attempted came off stiff and stilted and, well, prepared. So she did what Cece advised. She said what came to her mind from her heart. I was there, she began, on July 22nd, 14 years ago tonight. I lost a friend, a beautiful girl, she continued, looking toward the Olsen family. A friend I still miss every day, as so many here lost someone they loved and miss every day. For a long time I tried to forget what had happened. Some of you may understand what I mean when I say I tried to pretend it was over and didn't affect my life. I thought I needed to do just that to survive it. But I was wrong, and everyone here, everyone knows that while we have to go on, we can never, should never, forget. You know their faces, the son or daughter, the mother or father, the brother or sister, husband, wife. You know them. I came to know them and hope by knowing them, by honoring them, no one will ever forget. I hope you'll think of this not as a memorial, but a remembrance. I'd like to dedicate this work not only to those we loved and lost, but to all of us. They are, as we are, all connected, but not just by tragedy, by love. She reached out for Reed's hand, waited for Essie and me to take their place on the other side of the drape. Okay. She took a long breath. Okay. Together they lifted the drape. She'd cast the bronze in a graceful curve.
More than 100 faces formed it, all connected by twining roses and rosemary. All softly washed in a patina of quiet blues and greens. On the curve of the base, she'd listed all the names, every name in bas-relief. Simone gripped Reed's hand as she heard weeping, and couldn't bring herself to look away from the faces she'd cast to the faces of the weeping. Then she heard Cece's voice, the amazing Cece, begin to sing The Long and Winding Road. Others joined in, hesitantly at first, then more fully if they knew the words. Now she looked and saw hands clasped as Reed clasped hers. She saw people embracing. She saw tears. She saw comfort. When her own tears came, she turned into Reed and found her comfort there. And when the song ended, people came forward. Some reached down to touch a hand to a face. Some came to her to take her hand or to embrace her. Reed brought a woman to her.
Simone, this is Leah Patterson, Angie's mom.
I need you to know. Leah gripped both Simone's hands. I need you to really understand what this means to me. People will know she was here. She lived. Thank you. More than I can say. Then Leah walked over, laid a white rose on the grass at the base as others had. Tulip waited until the crowd thinned before she went to Simone. I'm very proud of you.
We're very proud of you,
Ward said, and kissed her cheek, smiled.
You'd have made a terrible lawyer.
Boy, wouldn't I.
I got 2 good ones in the family.
He glanced back at Harry and Natalie, as Natalie ran a hand down the mound of her belly.
And maybe a next generation one in the works.
Ward. Tulip patted his arm, narrowed her eyes at Simone. What color is that hair? Magnificent maroon with golden goddess highlights. I'll never understand it, or you. She drew Simone into a hug. I love you anyway. Ditto. Reed. When Tulip offered a cheek, Reed bent down to kiss it. I don't suppose you can talk my daughter into the 2 of you and my mother joining us at the club for dinner tonight.
We appreciate that, but we have to get back. I'm on duty tonight.
Well, she straightened his tie to her satisfaction, brushed at his lapels. I hope we see you both soon. Reed shook hands with Ward, watched them move off. You took the day and evening off, Simone reminded him.
Grill duty. Let's say goodbye to Essie and her gang, scoop up me and Cece and go home. I've got to ditch this tie.
You go ahead. I'll be there in a minute. I want to talk to Nat first. He made his way to Essie and the baby in the stroller.
Hey there, Ariel.
She gurgled, grinned, waved a pudgy fist, then went back to gnawing on a teething ring.
Where are the men and dogs?
Reed asked her.
Over on the swings. Or Dylan is, while Hank deals with him and the dogs.
He sure won Barney over. I appreciate him riding herd while we did all that.
He looked down toward the bench where they'd once sat together.
Sometimes it seems like a lifetime ago. Sometimes like yesterday.
I wouldn't change a single thing from the moment we sat down on that bench.
Me either. Well, maybe getting shot. Except one thing leads to another. Did you get to see Ms. Letitia?
I did.
It was good of her to come.
He looked back at the gentle curve of bronze.
It was good.
It's beautiful, and wrenching, and important. I look at it and I want to hug my kids so tight, and Hank, and everybody I love.
Bring it in,
Reed offered.
Get the gang, come for the rest of the weekend. I'm grilling tonight. Don't say no, go pack some stuff and catch a ferry.
Do you have a clue how much stuff's involved in packing up a baby and a kid?
Not yet. One of these days. Come on, Essie, let's cap this day off with some happy. Kick some sand over what happened on the island a year ago.
She blew out a breath.
You're on.
Great. I'll go get my dog, tell Hank.
Simone waved Natalie off, hooked arms with Cece. Did you plan the Beatles? No, it just came to me. It seemed the right song, and it seemed we needed a song. My treasure, she sighed, tipped her head to Simone's as they looked back at the bronze with the flowers spread at its base. I put Tish in the center. I needed to. She was mine. They all became mine, but she was mine first and always. And that's how it should be. I see our Reed heading this way with Barney. I'll get me. It's time to go home. Let him smoke up the grill, put some music on. I want to dance in the sand. I'll dance with you. I just need one more minute. It's about damn time. And Cece did a little boogie on the spot. I'm a little bit psychic, she added. Go on. Make him smile. She gave Simone a nudge. With a half laugh, a quick shake of her head, Simone decided her grandmother just might be a little bit psychic. She crossed paths with Reed and the faithful Barney in front of the bronze.
I asked Essie, Hank, and the kids to pack up and head over. I think we need a good party.
I think that's a great idea. Me can bunk with Cece.
That works. Are you ready?
Almost. She took his face. Oh, she knew that face in her hands. I want simple. Maybe a wild party after, but simple for the main event.
I was going to do burgers and...
The smile came, slow.
When? I've got to clear my schedule.
Summer's busy for the chief of police. How about the Saturday after Labor Day? The island's pretty quiet again.
I can do the Saturday after Labor Day.
At Cece's. Nobody throws a wild party like Cece, and she and me are going to be my maids of honor. No black tie, no tails.
Can I begin to tell you how much I love you?
You'll get to that. Cece's going to want one of her Wiccan priestess friends to perform the ceremony. I'd like to let her have that one.
As long as said priestess is licensed to marry, I'm good. Can I start telling you now?
Almost. I want the ceremony part at sunset. I don't want traditional vows, but I do want an exchange of rings. And I want Florence for a honeymoon. She considered, nodded. I think that covers the absolutes. After those, you can have your input.
I can agree to all of that. My only provision at this time and up to the vows, when it's legal, if Cece crooks her fingers and says, "Come on, Reed, let's catch a slow boat to anywhere," you're out.
That's fair. Grinning, he swung her off her feet and in circles while Barney leaped and wagged. Cece put an arm around Mee's shoulders as she watched. You're spooky, Cece. Really good spooky.
Dr. Jung, we're going to throw our girl one hell of a wedding.
She watched through a blur of happy tears as a man she adored whirled her greatest treasure in front of the curve of bronze, the hill of white roses. We hope you have enjoyed our presentation of Shelter in Place by Nora Roberts, performed by January Lavoie. Performance copyright 2018 by Brilliance Publishing, Inc. All rights reserved. For further information concerning this program or other Brilliance audio titles, please call the following toll-free number, 1-800-222-3225, or visit our website at www.brillianceaudio.com. No part of this recording may be played for an audience or reproduced in any form. It may not be streamed, downloaded, broadcast, or copied without written permission. Address all inquiries to Brilliance Audio, P.O. Box 887, Grand Haven, Michigan, 49417.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.